Well, hey friends, how are you? Welcome! Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway, although we're very slant Lima. No, actually kind of slant golf tonight. So welcome, good to see you. Sorry for the slightly extended title run. I got a little bit behind the 8-ball in terms of getting the stream ready. Called a little bit of an audible in terms of our starting location. We were going to start at LaGuardia and do a little shuttle run from LaGuardia up to Moncton for a Moncton Monday event. We've got a nice little message from our friend Jet Pilot Cinnamon, who is here in the chat. Good to see you. Thank you very kindly for the resubscription. 68 months of resubscription. Thank you so kindly for your continued support of the channel. And in return, he messaged me and he said, "Hey, I'm working Kennedy Approach right now. You want to slide over? Come one airport over and start there?" Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we will do that. Absolutely. Appreciate your support, and we'll support you back. So, took me just another couple minutes to recalculate a few things and get reconfigured to start at JFK rather than LaGuardia. But here we are, and we're ready to get rolling for a fictional shuttle run in Air Canada Jazz livery here, coming up to Moncton Monday and back. So, yeah, there we are in the BAe-146 200 series from JustFlight. And so we're getting ready to get going here and join in on a Moncton Monday recurring weekly event hosted by the Moncton FIR up in VATSIM's Canadian division, VATCAN. So we can and will. And here we go. Who else stopped in? Yeah, Bed Dave is also here. So Bed Dave, welcome. Those of you climbing into the aircraft, appreciate having you on board, and we will get underway. All right, let's get to it, friends. We've already got our pre-departure clearance via text message over vPilot. Let me just make sure all the... wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, I bet you I'm on the wrong profile. Let's do this. Yeah, we need to be in this profile. Now let's try that. So that one can stay down. That one can move. Things move here. Okay, very good. Whew, okay. Glad I got the control situation sorted out. And we do need to move this tablet over slightly. There was a way to do that. Click on top. Okay, there we go. So now I can access this radio control panel much more easily. So there you go. I like that position better. All right, Strudel stopping in. Iowa Scotsman is also here. So thank you very kindly, friends, for stopping on in, and we'll get underway. All right, we got our flight plan filed. We are in the B462. Left-hand lever is speed brakes. Second one is just out of the way, and then the right four levers are our throttles. Okay. Over on the tablet, let's get the forward passenger door open, forward and aft cargo doors open as well. All right, might be a little bit noisy. We do have some activity here at the airport. Let's see, I got to do a couple other things here off screen for just a moment. I'm sorry, guys. Like I said, I just got a little bit behind in terms of getting ready. That needs to be up. That needs to be up. And let's do this. All right, don't worry. I'll get myself under control here in just a moment. Don't know why that's playing. Okay. All right, as the so there's one. I got to remember the view commands here. It's different than what I used to have. So 5 is the entries, 4 is the bottom, so 4 and 5, and then I think 7 is up top. And then 8, yeah, 7 and 8 are up top. Okay. All right, so getting used to the updated places to move my views around. since switching from FlightSim 2020 to FlightSim 2024. Alright, so we'll go up to the top now. We'll get to the battery switches on 1 and 2. Okay, those are still on the yoke. Good, good, good. Battery switches on. Nav lights on. Is that on the... Okay, yeah, that did move the switch over there as well. Good. Logo lights can come on. We'll do that by mouse. No smoking lights. Oh, they were left on apparently. Cabin emergency lights are armed. That was left on as well. Avionics masters. 5 are up and running. Louis 320 is here. Louis, welcome. Good to see you again. Alright, avionics masters brake fans can go into auto. Up there, we're left in that position. Anti-skid is on. That was left in that position. And the lift spoiler switches, yellow and green, can be left on as well. Let's go down to the low side of the panel. And let's get the... See, these were left on as well. I think, let me see. This is my first time flying this aircraft in this livery. We got all the test lights on as well. Yeah, so I don't think it's... I think my options are probably all changed. I'm in pounds. Go under settings. FMS Classic. State savings on. Okay. Maybe it's just because it's the first time I've flown this specific livery. It wasn't all left the way I left it. I don't know. Alright, well, we'll just press on, and whatever we find that wasn't left in the position I left it in, we'll fix it as we come to it. Alright, so... Bus ties, AC and DC are on. Standby inverter. Wait a minute, did I lose battery power? Alright, I feel like some of these should be lit and they're not. Or maybe I have the lamps turned down. I don't know. Alright, well we'll keep rolling. Standby inverter and generator, that's on. The left inner fuel pump should come on. I can barely see that. Center tank transfer goes to auto. It's already there. Let's go to start the APU. Why is it not letting me do that? Have I skipped something? It definitely does not seem to want to let me start the APU. So I wonder if I can connect some ground power here. Don't normally do that. I normally just go straight to the APU, but let's just click that. Let's see if it... Okay. It now shows that we are connected to ground power. Let's see if we've got... There may be a... EPU gen on, galley should be off. External should be on. So lots of stuff was left on in this aircraft that I don't leave on. That should be down. Wipers should be off. I don't know why they were on. I don't even know where the wiper switches are.
I'm going to need some wires and a set of 30-weight ball bearings.
What the hell you need ball bearings?
It's all ball bearings nowadays.
Alright. Anybody know where the wiper switches are? They are on the overhead? Okay, there we are. Okay, so we got that. Still not sure why my panel's so, yeah, this is very discombobulating. I don't know why did I update the aircraft since I used it last? I'm not sure. But it's changed. Everything in the panel is like not where I left it, so it's just kind of disconcerting. But we'll get through it. Alright, so we've got power, we've got instrument panel lights now. That was just a matter of just those lights not being turned up, so there you go, lesson learned. We still had the issue where it was not letting me start the APU. And I don't know why that is. Start power to normal. Discharge valves to normal. Okay. Okay, so it was just that little switch over there. That little locking switch. So yeah, it's just a lot of stuff on this panel was just not not where I left it. So I'm kind of struggling here, guys. I know this aircraft better than it looks like I do now, but man, a lot of the starting positions were just off this time, so I'm not sure. All right, we got the APU started. APU air can come on. And one of the packs can come on. I know, a bunch of freaking teenagers got in here, started pressing buttons, maybe. I don't know. APU power is available, so we got APU air. APU is generating electricity. Yeah, APU gen is on. So that's good. Galley switch can now come on. We can power up the coffee. Flight deck emergency lights are on, but we want them armed. Okay, well, let's get back to the front panel. Master warning knob is out. Okay. Yeah, we had it in test position, but master warning knob is out. Nav radios can come on. The DME radio can come on the left-hand side. Okay, we can come down here to the comm radios and turn them on. We got an ADF1, ADF2. We can get the power to the two FMC entry units. And then we can jump down to here. The brake monitor temperature. Yeah, brake temperature monitor is already on. Yaw dampers can be turned on. And yeah, we can go ahead and set our squawk since we already have that. What was it? $3366. And we'll just go ahead and put that up into TARA for now. Alright. I think we're starting to come back to it now. Let's come over here to our tablet. Since we've got the APU going, we can shut off the GPU. Let's jump up top here. And external power can be shut off. Okay. Alright, starting fuel is going to be 15,500, so that's going to be $77.50 per wing. We already got 22 in the center tank, actually, so we want 15.5. What do we have in here now? $15,500 minus 22.14 and divide that by 2. So we want 66.43 in both of these tanks. 66.43. No, that's not what I said. Enter. 66.43. Enter. We'll start refueling. Yes, instant refuel. Okay, that's now done. Let's go with 80 passengers. Enter. And I usually just do 2,400 pounds in the front. Enter. 2,400 pounds in the rear. Enter. And a 10-minute boarding with the jetway, so we'll go ahead and board. Jetway will come over. That's kind of a somewhat newer feature, that the jetway will indeed come over with the boarding process, which is kind of nifty. And it does do a pretty good job of getting it on target there. I've never been one for the superfluous visuals, as long as the plane behaves the way it's supposed to behave, but it's fun to have the nice visuals working as well. Alright, so we've got 10 minutes while all the passengers board. That's a little bit quicker than normal, but they also, in reality, would have started well before now. So that's that little bit of a catch-up time there. We got our amended routing. Score 5 Yankee transition. BDR, Nutmeg, Q97, Fryer, MLT, Danil, Q91, Impacts. Okay, so they didn't really update the routing. They assigned us the Score 5 departure Yankee transition. So that's fine. That's not really a change per se, but good to go. 125.7 is our departure frequency. What's the initial climb? Says so on the chart, I suppose. .7, 3366. Let's figure out which runways they're using. Let's go over here and we'll get the ATIS information. Oscar 3021. Departing 31 left. Okay, and then I'm going to do this on Navigraph since I need Navigraph for the Canadian charts anyway, but we can use these as well. So we're parked up here underneath the control tower 2A, and then 31 left is what we're going to depart, so that's down here. And then the Score 5 Yankee transition. So we're departing. Okay, so we're going to depart and then we're going to head down here to the left. And the initial climb, maintain 5,000. Okay. Okay, think we're good. So score, and then Cecil, and then the Yankee. Alright, back to the flow list. So we got all our clearance. 3021 was the altimeter. We'll set that 3 times and expect that the field elevation should read relatively close to what we're at, 3021. And it's basically next to nothing, so that's correct. Okay, who's on comms? We've got ground and approach, so 21.9 and 25.7. So we'll do that all on comm 1. 21.9er. $25.7. Okay. And then let's go ahead and get the route entered into the computer here. We'll accept. We'll go to menu, and we'll go over to flight plan here. So KJFK, enter, accept. We're going to go to menu and departures. We're going to depart from 3-1 left, so that's the selection 7. It is the score 5, so that's selection 3. It is Yankee, selection 2. We'll put that in the flight plan. So yeah, we'd already talked about that score and assessed it in Yankee. And then we'll go to the next page. And then our route is BDR. I believe that's Bridgeport. Whoops. Okay, enter. Yeah, Bridgeport, accept. And then from Bridgeport, it's Nutmeg, NTMEG, then rather. Accept. And then Q97, so we'll go to the list of airways. And Q97 is the only possibility. We're taking Q97 to Fryer. Nope, let's go to the next page. Nope, keep going. There it is, number 30. Enter. Okay, so it's now put in all the points between Nutmeg and Fryer. And then after Fryer, it's MLT and then Danil. MLT. Enter. Enter. DANOL. And then enter. Accept. After Danil, it's Q951. So we'll go to the list of airways. Next. 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 Q951 is entry number 20. Enter. And then we're going to ITPAX. Nope. Next page. Yep, entry number 22. Enter. And then CYQM. And we don't yet know which approach. There's no star. But we don't yet know which approach, so I'm just going to leave that just like it is for now. So we'll go from here, we'll go to flight plan. From here, we'll go to navigation. We are direct to the vector leg of 420, so we're good. Squawk and transponder mode already set. So let's go ahead and get the front panel set up. The initial heading. Kenny Monsters here. So the initial heading on the departure climb on heading 314 and then intercept the 238 to score. So 314 is the initial heading. So we'll set that there. Okay, 314. Do want to make sure we are in RNAV mode there. autopilot is in RNAV. The flight directors can come on. We do want to start in heading mode, although we'll be switching it over to LNAV mode pretty promptly. And is this panel is also very, very dim. Is that? All these knobs were just left not in not in the position I left them. Okay, well, I guess that heading light's as bright as it's going to get. Yeah, whatever. So we're heading mode, and then the initial altitude was 5,000. And does this altitude select work? Yeah, it does. Okay. Alright, so that's set. Okay, we should be just about done. Why is the boarding only 32% done? Cargo's all loaded. Got passengers 78 out of 80. What in the world is taking so long? Boarding complete. Okay, well, good. The percentage was way wrong, but it was done anyway. So let's confirm we got brake pressure and yeah, parking brake is indeed on. Okay, good. Brake pressure's on, parking brake's on. Let's go ahead and pull the wheel chocks. And what else we need to do? We can set the elevator trim. Go ahead and get the oxygen systems on. What's the time like? Yeah, we're way past time. Fumbling around with controls. Oxygen systems on. Let's go ahead and get fasten seatbelt signs on. Cabin pressurization set. So 1013 would be standard, so there. And then the pressurization is going to be 27,000. Okay, mode is auto. I feel like I gotta double check everything now to make sure it's the way I left it. Ice detection can be on and guarded, and engine anti-ice can be turned on. We can TMS system is actually -1 for the temperature. I've been realizing I've been doing this wrong. I need to switch this to the page that represents our weight. So we got to check and see what our weight is. So that's why we've been setting flex temp rather than full takeoff temp. Empty weight, zero fuel weight. Gross rate 94.7. Okay, so we can it did automatically change that, so that's good. Let's just go ahead and turn the power on. And takeoff mode, and then we'll set a flaps 18. Okay, 91.3 is our takeoff power. And then we wanted to set our Set our target as 720 for now. Okay. I think we're getting ready. We can go ahead and do our pushback setup. I haven't heard any talking on ground. Are we connected? Is there just nothing happening here at the airport? That can't be. Alright, so what's position are they gonna put us in?
Station calling, check the microphone. I had you 0 by 0 there. Station calling, check your microphone. You're still coming in 0 by 0.
Okay. So let's go ahead and request our pushback. We are in the alleyway here, so I don't expect that we need to talk to them for the pushback. Let's see. What did it say in our... It said call for taxi, so we don't need to call them for a push. So we'll push, and we're going to be in this holding point 4 or 5 area here. I guess if we're pushing back to this intersection, it's going to be holding point 5. Okay. So we get the beacon light on. Let's come up to here. Let's turn the pack off. Rest of the fuel pumps can come on. Start master can come on. We'll start with the number 4. Let's release the hold. Was the parking brake off? Okay. Okay, we're being pushed. Let's go ahead and get up top and start the number 4. Wait for 2% in the top gauge, and then we'll put some fuel in. Hopefully not pushing into anybody here. Okay, fuel coming in. I skipped the best test. I skip all the tests and warnings, Melvin. Plus, I'm like already way behind getting started.
Cabin is secure.
Alright, so the number 4 red light's out. Let's go to the number 3. Start. %, fuel coming in. At least with that little exchange on the radio, I do know I am hearing V-Pilot correctly, so that's good. Alright, number 3, right, red light is out. Let's go to the number 2.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Takeout Delta, just recheck. JetBlue 772, request taxi. JetBlue 772, welcome to New York. Taxi left on Alpha to Terminal 5. Have a great night.
Okay.
Left Alpha, say again. Yes, sir. Left Alpha.
Parking brake is now reset. We're done with that.
Left Alpha and Terminal 5, Z2772.
Why are we...
And we're
Okay.
calling for radio check.
Wasn't letting me close that. Okay.
Radio check.
Delta 262 Heavy, Kennedy Ground Engine 555. Good evening.
Okie doke.
Good evening, Kennedy Ground.
Final engine, we get the number 1 started. Okay, standby altimeter is uncaged. Okay, all the red lights are off. Let's go up top. Starter selector is off. Start master is off. Engine anti-icing can be turned off. Engine gens can be turned on. The packs can come back on. Screen and probe heats can all come on. And then up top we can get the AC pump is on, PTU pump is on. Hydraulic pump's on. Okay, alright. Down at the bottom, we'll check our flight controls. I've got gauges for the ailerons. I don't have gauges for the elevators or the rudders, but somebody outside will give us a good thumbs up that everything is fine. Parking brake is released. All warning lights are off. Config check is... Oh,
5080 IFR clearance to Detroit. I'll take a PD6.
we're not yet in
Delta 5080 Kennedy Ground.
flap
Good evening.
configuration, so that has
Stand
caused
by.
the... our warning system is off.
Blue 772, request...
So let's see if we got it into flaps 18. Let's see if
Any
the...
gate is available at Terminal 5. Whatever's open
still,
for you.
still showing a config check. Okay, what's not set? Logo lights. Let's see. None of the lights, brake fans, lift spoiler systems are on. Hydraulics. Packs. Okay, pumps. APU gen, engine gens. Okay, I'm failing to see what configuration we are not in. But I don't see any warnings here. See a master warning, but I don't see any warnings indicating what the warning is. Well, parking brake's released. Oxygen system's on. Is our gross weight... We have to kick a few people off? That's probably why. Okay, so we might not be able to pass the config check with that. Oh well. Okay. Well, we'll rock and roll anyway. Yeah, and the funny thing is, Melvin, is I didn't change anything. The cargo and the everything is like what I normally put it as. So I didn't feel this plane up any higher than I normally do. So just it's been acting weird. Like it's a lot of stuff just wasn't how I left it. No, I switched it back. I switched it back to pounds. Doesn't matter. It's overweight either way. So I assume that's what the config check is failing on. Everything else looks fine. We'll see how it goes. Alright, let's get an updated ATIS information. Information Oscar. And we'll go ahead and go. And the call sign is indeed Kennedy ground, right? Yeah, Kennedy. Kennedy grounds, Jazz 5514 is off of stand 2 at Terminal 4 with information Oscar ready to taxi.
Yeah, 5514, Kennedy ground, good evening. Thanks for Oscar. Runway 31 left, taxi right on Alpha, Juliet, Zulu, cross runway 4 left.
Alright, Alpha, then Juliet, and Zulu, and cross runway 4 left. Jazz 5514. Alright, so we'll head down to Alpha. That's going to be to our, kind of our south and east. Yeah, so I don't know why the weights, the gross weight is allegedly so high when I'm using the same numbers for fuel and yeah, for passengers and cargo that I normally use.
Getting off anytime soon, or is any other tower, like JFK tower, going to be getting on?
I've been heading out as soon as the folks above me head out to catch out. So as soon as approach is off, I'll be heading out soon. I don't know when that's going to be happening though.
Roger, Delta 262 Heavy.
Yeah, we did call a little bit of an audible. We were going to start at LaGuardia, but Jet Pilot Cinnamon convinced us to slide over here and do Kennedy instead. Alright, so we'll come down here to the end of Hotel Bravo. We'll make the right onto Alpha. And then left onto Juliet. Yeah, it's the 200. Well, yeah, it's the 200 of the BAe. It's the one I normally fly. I think so. I mean, it's possible I chose the wrong thing. Who knows? Alright, so this should be Alpha here. Make the right here, and then a fairly immediate left onto Juliet. Guess we can get taxi lights on. Weather radar can come on. Okay, so here's Juliet. That says it's a kilo. Oh, kilo straight ahead. So yeah, Juliet's. If I turn to about a 1-3. Oh, yeah, 1-3 direction, right? 1-3 direction. That's where I want to go. And cross runway 4 left. Okay, so we're good. Okay, now we're at 4 right though. We gotta hold short of that. Oh no, that's the ILS hold short line. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, no, we're not gonna get to 4 right. We're gonna get to the end of 3-1 left before we get to 4 right. But that does mean I need to watch for where I'm turning off to the right here. We're gonna turn right on Zulu. Alright, taxi checks. Minimum departure fuel is 5,800 pounds, or 5,800 kilos rather. We got 60, so we're good. Brake was checked, weather radar was turned on.
You can contact departure now. You have a safe flight.
LaGuardia departure, Jazz 5514, thanks. We got Doria 2515. Thank you, Doria, for the follow. Alright, so this should be our right turn here. Alright, so minimum departure fuel, brake checks, weather radar, departure frequency 25.7. Let's get the transponder into TA and RA. Taxi light can come off. Cabin crew alerted. And continuous ignition on. Departure Jazz 5514, short of 3-1 left, ready.
Jazz 5514 near departure, good evening, wind 2908, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
3-1 left, clear for takeoff, Jazz 5514. Alright, strobe lights are on. Landing lights are on. Turn off lights are on. And I think we're good. Got heading armed, altitude armed, 5,000. And we're going to get ready to make a left turn to score.
New York approach, good evening, Delta 114 Heavy at flight level 200, approach 4.
Delta 114 Heavy, New York approach.
You got Dino 534 with the follow as well. Dino, welcome. Good to see you.
Cross Calverton at 12,250 knots.
TMS 16. Cross Calverton at
Run the engines up. No warnings.
And copy on the altimeter 114 Heavy.
And we got that master warning again.
Speed of light. ILS 31 right.
ILS 31 right.
Let's see what the warning is. Yeah, it's a config warning. Only thing I can think is it's the weight.
331 Heavy, radio check.
V1. Rotate. V2.
We're airborne.
Positive rate of climb. Gear up.
Okay, we'll pitch to the bubble. So we'll pitch up, get a little energy going upwards. No, it was flaps 18, but I think it was just the weight. Okay, we're now at 1,000. Get the autopilot engaged, and we'll go into LNAV mode. Okay, Max.
5514 departure for the contact altitude.
Jazz 5514, it's 2,000 going to 5,000.
Jazz 5514, thank you, climb and maintain 17,000.
17,000, 17, Jazz 5514.
Jazz 23 Heavy, 1 King.
Jazz 93, 31 Heavy, you say you got me now?
Okay, 17.
Fantastic, sir.
We are direct to score.
I wonder what happened.
I'm sure it was just some accident.
And so now we can... We got it into max continuous. Let's pitch down and go ahead and build some speed up here.
Turn right heading 070. This is a vector for your descent.
Sassy, that's to be at least 2,500, and we're well above that, so we're good. We'll go
5514, turn left heading 060.
060, Jess, 5514. Okay. Heading mode. Oops. So 250 is bugged. Whoops. 250 is bugged. Let's trim down and get it.
Average 205, Bravo Heavy, New York approach. Good evening, radar contact. Cross Calverton at 12,000, 250 knots. Kennedy altimeter 3021.
VFTO, safe height speed, select flaps.
Flaps can come in. Okay, now we can get to the left turn, continuing around to 060. Okay, and then as we catch 250, pitch to capture the indicated airspeed. Alright, let's make sure that does indeed capture that. Alright, and then let's figure out where he's sending us.
That is 331, heavy turn, left heading 360.
So after Yankee, he's already turned us around to the left, so he's got us headed up towards Bridgeport, I imagine. So let's direct ourselves to Bridgeport.
Yeah, 5514, proceed directly to Bridgeport.
Direct to Bridgeport, that's 5514. Yeah, we were just saying that. So let's go to Bridgeport. Number 6, enter, and LNAV. Alright, we're coming up through 10. The landing and turn-off lights off. Get the continuous ignition off. We can get the engine air on. APU air off. And APU off. Okay, so now we got engines producing power and supplying the air conditioning. Now that we're at a nice, safe, high altitude, climbing at a normal rate. And we can also turn off those backup hydraulic systems. Emergency hydraulic systems. Oh, the other thing we want to do while we're looking up there is a pressure check. Pressure setting gauge is up top. We got some ice detected. All right, well, let's get some anti-icing on. But the other thing we wanted to do at 10 was check our pressurization. Cabin is climbing at a normal rate. Cabin altitude is still normal, 1,000. Differential pressure should be, I always say, about a third of the way up. It's a little bit high now.
5514, Boston Center is offline. Our radar service is now terminated. Frequency change approved. Enjoy the ride.
All right, frequency change approved. Jazz 5514, thanks.
Thanks for coming in today.
Wonder who that was. Okay, Boston Center offline, okay. So we'll monitor 22.8 for now, and then it looks like we will... check in with 124.4 once we get up past, forget the name of that VOR. It's got one of those old school New England Native American names. But past the MLT, we'll check in with Moncton. Alright, so we would check in with center, and then get cleared to climb up to our cruise altitude, but since center's not on, we can go ahead and give ourselves that clearance.
Heavy fly heading 250 to center maintain.
I am going to monitor 122.8 just to make sure that we are compliant with the rules. But we'll also, I'll tell you what, we'll transmit and receive on 122.8. But we'll also listen into our very good friend Jet Pilot Cinnamon. So there you go. Receiving on both, transmitting on number 2.
November 8-9er automated weather observation.
What is that?
00 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 10. Sky condition 9,500. November 8-9er automated weather observation. 0100 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 10.
So I wonder where I'm picking that up from.
9,500 scattered 13. 300 scattered.
Pilot Club 51 is here. How are you, Andrew?
16. Altimeter tree 018. November 8-9er automated weather observation.
No, I shut it off, JPC, because I was picking up an ATIS broadcast from somewhere. I wonder if I got to go through, got to just settings, assistances. Yeah, radio communications off. General. Sound.
Denver 5080 Kennedy for departure.
Denver 5080 departure, good evening. Wind 3004, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
Character voices.
Copy winds, clear for takeoff, 5080.
Yeah, so JPC, when I switched over to 22.8, and I was hearing ATIS coming from somewhere. So I wasn't sure if I was hearing that on 22.8, which I shouldn't be. There's no ATIS on 22.8. That's a common traffic advisory frequency. So I was like, oh, that must be coming in on JPC's frequency. So I shut it off for a second. So I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. Gross weight is now in normal ranges here.
American 45, 52 near approach, good evening, our radar contact. So you can expect ILS 31 ring.
ILS 156, American 45, 52, I'm from message unable to start after landing the pressure element.
Yes, you can expect the vectors after landing.
Alright, so a lot of weirdness happening with this flight. Airplane switches and knobs all left in weird positions. Aircraft's weights don't seem right. We're getting ATIS messages from beyond the grave. So just a glitchy night, guys. Just a glitchy night.
Heavy turn right heading 260 to center maintain 3000 and speed 210.
3260 to 3000.
Yeah, mass hysteria. Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria. Alright, so we got standard altimeter set. Let's do another pressure check. So, differential pressure is as high as it should go. Cabin altitude should be climbing now. Make sure that differential pressure doesn't exceed the rated value, but the cabin altitude is climbing. We'll make sure it continues to climb, and hopefully we'll be okay there. Okay, ice detection seems to have seems to have passed. We'll shut off all the anti-icing. We'll continue to monitor to see whether we have any icing issues, but right now we're good.
American 4552, depart Lindy heading 180, vector for the approach. Depart Lindy heading 180 degrees, vector for the approach.
Okay, and we are transmitting and receiving on COM 2 with JPC coming through on COM 1. So, okay, it's coming back together. Yeah, we're still running into some icing.
Actually, just right. Delta 114 heavy, you are...
It's our outside air temp.
Turn right, heading 280, maintain 3,000.
Outside air temp's below -20, so it's weird that we're still picking up some icing. We'll get the anti-icing.
Going over 180 degrees and started to turn right.
Yes, that's why I specified left. So left turn, please, heading 090.
Yeah, same thing happened to us, except we caught it in time. Speaking of which, so I guess he shortcutted us well before we got to that point Yankee.
It looks like still in the right turn, or are you getting it going left now?
Yeah, I'm going left, now I'm going through the opposite of what I'm going here.
Yeah, sorry. Left turn, heading at 090 for now to get you back on track. And you do need to be careful, because yeah, sometimes on those turns that do go beyond the 180, you got to make sure that you're going the right direction. That happens.
It's never happened before.
Number 205, Bravo Heavy descend and maintain 4,000 feet, 210.
Yeah, and he's confused because, well, wait a minute, why can't I just turn right? Well, because in a single-player environment, you're not going to hit anybody, but in a multiplayer environment, you got planes coming out of LaGuardia, you got planes coming out of Newark, and this departure goes around to the left for that very reason. So yeah, if you don't care who you hit, you can go whichever direction you want. If you do care who you hit, listen to your air traffic controller. Right, yeah, welcome to the club indeed, right?
American 4552, descend and maintain 16,000, Kennedy altimeter 3021. Descend and maintain 16,000, altimeter 3021, American 4552. Delta 114, heavy wind 3004, runway 31 right for the wind.
Alright.
31 right for the wind.
We're getting there, we're getting there. Lindsay's here. Lindsay says, speaking of New Brunswick, you should fly into St. John's at some point. Oh, we've been there. It's been a long, long time, but we've been there. Flew in there many years ago. Had a particularly interesting approach for a coastal airport. Lots of twists and turns around some hills. Yeah, we did a trip in the DC-3. This goes back years. We did a trip in the DC-3, and we followed basically the old blue spruce routes up and over the North Atlantic in a series of probably, 30 or 40 episodes. We went up and over the North Atlantic. We did a tour of the Mediterranean, and then we came back, and we kind of just chipped away at it, 600 to 800 miles at a time. And yeah, we made one of our stops there. It was really awesome, and we did Nassaswatch. I was just, Melvin's a step ahead of me. He obviously typed it before I said it. Made the stop there at Nassasuak. Yeah, we had a lot of really cool stops on that trip. That's been a while. It's been a long time. Oh, speaking of which, what's the name of the VOR that I couldn't remember earlier?
205, Bravo.
Millinocket.
You are 12 miles from Zulab, turn right heading
There we are.
280, maintain 3000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 31 right approach.
Yeah, so we were supposed to come score and then Yankee and then turn up, and he cut us way short because we weren't even abeam the airport yet. He kind of turned us back to the north and east. So obviously the whole route is where you go if there's heavy traffic, and then they shortcut you if there's not traffic.
Just 180 knots or below, but speed your discretion, 180 knots.
1,000 to go.
American 4552, center maintain 1313,000.
You can maintain 1313,000, American 4552.
And coming up on our cruise, let's go ahead and do one more check of the cruise altitudes. The differential pressure is just a little bit high on the high side. I wonder if the cabin altitude just hasn't come up quite as quickly as it was supposed to. Did I mess up a switch up there somewhere?
205 Bravo Heavy, excuse me, number 2, wind 3004, runway 31 right, clear line.
Cabin air. It is,
Endeavor 5080 can proceed directly to Gale. New York Center's offline, radar service.
yeah, I don't know this manual. It is on auto.
Gale, bye-bye.
You can bump the rate up a little bit, maybe.
Singapore 23 Heavy, New York departure, good evening, wind 3004, runway 31 left, clear takeoff. Real left, clear takeoff, thanks, Newport grid.
Yeah, I think the rate knob had just been turned down because now the differential pressure is coming up at a better rate. So the cabin altitude is coming up at a better rate, I should say, and the differential pressure is coming back down to where it's supposed to be. So yeah, just another example. The rate wasn't quite climbing fast enough. Differential pressure surged up. And again, just another example of knobs not left where they normally are left. Cabin altitude is supposed to be leveling off at 7,000, so we'll just verify that works out when we get there. And the differential pressure will be back in normal range once the cabin altitude gets up there. Okay, so I'm going to slow down that rate back to 500 feet per minute is a normal climb rate for your cabin. So I'm just going to turn that back down, and we'll verify that that's where it ends up. Yeah, right there. Okay.
American 4552, turn left heading 130.
All right, let's see if we're above the icing effect now. If I shut off all the anti-icing, outside air temperatures minus 40. That should be well below any icing concerns in terms of the temperature. Yeah, okay, the differential's fine now. No warnings. Okay, been a bit of a quirky flight. Like I said, just lots of little things are just different today. I feel like it's the first time I've flown the plane, but it's not. It's really not. I do know this plane. We are we're leveled off at our cruise. We can turn off the fasten seatbelt signs. I'm going to go ahead and bug our cruise speed. We'll just run it up as fast as we can here. Mach 7.1 to Mach 7.3. That's about normal for what you get in this plane. And then we'll kick it down to our... we'll start with 7. We'll start with 740. Yeah, we'll start with 740. We'll see what that does for us.
Thank you. You can turn left direct to Hackney, climb and maintain 11,000.
Yeah, 720. It dipped to 720 and then it kind of started coming back up, but the ground speed is still increasing. So let's go take it to 720. Let's take it to 700. If that continues to go up, we're gonna have to kick. Yeah, we're gonna have to kick it down even more. How's the ground speed doing? Is it decreasing? 640. Okay, now it's coming back down. Let's try 620. Alright, I'll tell you what. Let's just turn it off. Get it out of the overspeed condition. Now let's turn it back on. And let's keep 640 and we'll see what happens. . 413. Yes, it's picking up still again.
You know, American 4552, turn right heading.
Let's just get it down to 600.
You're a little high, 070 heading.
Nice cold, dense air, so I guess we're getting a little bit more of a kick out of it today. Kind of bug the speed we're doing. Let's see how that continues to change. Okay, it's still dropping, so let's kick it back up to 620 and see what happens with it. Whoops. Come on.
Tank 423 heavy, Boston Center's offline, radar service terminated, frequency change, cruise to go to right. American 4552.
Alright, so let's see it stable at stabilize at 620, and then let's see what happens to our ground speed.
And American 4552, speed your discretion. Speed out of discretion, American 4552.
Interesting to not see Boston on a Moncton Monday. Normally they'll staff up adjacent for that. Kind of a surprise to not see that. Okay, looks like the airspeed's kind of stable. Let's go ahead and talk about our slants artwork adventure for the evening. Just now kind of gotten. Let's see.
American 4552, you're 15 miles from Zoo Lab, maintain 3,000 and full established on the localized cleared ILS runway 31
Yeah, all this ain't the order that I wanted it. Alright, so we got an activity on this channel called Slant Artwork Adventures. And if you haven't been here in a while, or if you're new to the channel, the way our Slant Artwork Adventure works is at the beginning of the stream, I put a one-sentence description into ChatGPT, and what that does is kind of gives us a starting base as far as an image that roughly represents what the stream is about that day. So I kind of choose that, and then I'll show that to you. Once you see it, if you want to add to that image or modify that image, all you need to do is cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points. They're at the bottom of the chat panel. And that puts you in the queue, and then once I call your name, you can let me know how you would like to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork adventure, since we're flying a fictional Air Canada Jazz shuttle ops, I said, well, let's depict me in a Canadian bar playing some jazz. So there you go. There's our slant artwork adventure. And you can let me know how you would like to add to that image or modify that image by cashing in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the alphabet serial icon that represents our Twitch channel points, and then you can, they've even got the Molson sign. That's a nice detail there. You can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points. You got the alphabet serial icon at the bottom of the chat panel that represents our Twitch channel points, aka our alphabets points. The button next to that tells you how many of those you have, and if you've got 500 or more, you can click on that button, cash those in, and that puts you in the queue. Once I call your name, then you can let me know what you would like to do to add to that image or modify that image. So there you go, my Canadian jazz image for our slant artwork adventure. Alright, so it looks like the speed's kind of stabilized, and thrust setting is at 620. And it tends to be lower on colder, denser days, right? I believe that's the case. The hotter it is, the higher you go, because you need that higher thrust on a less dense day when the air is warmer and less dense. It's not going to provide as much thrust, so you're going to kick it up a notch higher. I think. Jet Pilot Cinnamon wants to get in on our slant artwork adventure. All right, dude. So there you go. Canadian jazz is the theme of the night. Let me know how you'd like to modify that image. An Ottawa Senator sound. Okay.
Airport 772, New York departure. Good evening. Wind 3004, runway 31 left for takeoff.
Alright, we got a chewing on that. JPC.
Departure for Kansas, 1859. That guy's still on ground. He's on the runway.
Interesting.
As a matter of fact, I think he's taking off, but that's what it looks like from up here.
Open stuff. Alright.
I'll send him a contact request.
Isn't it good in terms of the way these switches are supposed to be? Okay. JPC, you'll have to confirm for me. I assume it's close. I don't know what the Ottawa Senators' colors are or the logo looks like. It's almost Maryland Terrapin's colors, the black and red there. But I assume that's close.
772 near departure. Hello, you gotta call me next time before you actually get onto the runway, please, sir. Just keep that in mind. Wind 3004, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
Alright, tell you what.
Going 1859 Heavy, proceed directly to Marriage. Boston is offline, ready to service terminated, frequency change approved. Enjoy the ride.
Okay, so that's the logo. That looks like it's pretty close then. It's definitely got the colors right. The images that the logo's not in detail enough quite to see, and sometimes they distort logos on purpose just to avoid copyright issues or what have you. But it looks like they got the colors right at least. I mean, you know, Wikipedia's got the summary there. Alright, well, let's take a peek and figure out. I know we kind of got a ways to go. Yeah, this is a bit of a longer flight for me. Oh, there we are. This is a bit of a longer flight for me. You don't normally see me go an hour 45 and then back again. Just I wanted to do something different than Boston. We love Boston, but I wanted to do a shuttle run from you. Really, honestly, and so Jet Pilot Cinnamon kind of talked us into doing Kennedy instead of LaGuardia. And I was like, oh, well, the only bad thing is, well, when I come back, you know, I kind of chose LaGuardia because I love all those little visual approaches they have into LaGuardia. Well, there's nothing stopping me. If you're off of Kennedy by then, there's nothing stopping me when I come back. I can just come back to LaGuardia. It's not really realistic for me to go Kennedy, Moncton, LaGuardia as a shuttle run, but whatever. Like we're doing anything realistically tonight. Realism, schmealism. We can still come back to LaGuardia for leg 2. So I think that'll be the plan. Anyway, we get up to Moncton. It looks like it's going to be 124.4. So we can maybe start kind of monitoring that. We're kind of losing. We can still hear JPC loud and clear, but we're starting to not be able to hear most of the aircraft that he's talking to very well. So let's just go ahead and do that. 124.4. So, by JPC. $24.4. And then again, it seemed like it was east of Millinocket that we want to call him, but Donald is right there on the FIR boundary. I believe that green dotted line. Ooh, goodness, I didn't mean to spin that around. I don't even know how to undo that. There we go. So I believe the green dotted line is the FIR boundary. It's either the FIR boundary or it's the international boundary or it's both. Looks like it's probably both. So we have, yeah, so these are FIR boundaries down here, obviously. But Donald is right on the boundary, so and we got 31 miles. So once we turn east of Millinocket, we're going to really want to go ahead and call Moncton, let them know we're coming. So where are we? We're coming up on Beacon. So we're still down here a ways. We got... Well, it doesn't say how many miles from Beacon. Yeah, see, that's just one of the many things. Like, I'm just struggling in terms of SkyVector versus desktop charts app. Like, I would love to have these distances at a beck and call anywhere I go. Okay, airway segment Q97, so it's 58 miles. But I would love to just have it on the screen rather than have to hunt for it. I mean, I guess this is on the screen just because it's a direct. So that's 90 miles direct. That's 31 miles direct. But I guess from Beacon to Fryer, I have to click on it to see 76 miles on the airway. Okay. That'd be nice if it was right on there, right on the screen somewhere, but okay. And then there might be an option for that somewhere. I just haven't spent a lot of time using this app. You know, I do most of my flying in the U.S. and I just use the free resources that are available online. The free resources that are available online. A, because I've been using them forever. B, because I like showing, you know, new VATSIM pilots the resources they can use for free. So this is, I mean, it's a great app. It's just I just don't know it that well. You know, I'm just not familiar enough to be really adept at it. Candy Monster wants to get in on the slant artwork adventure. He wants me to switch my suit to a Blues Brothers style suit. Okay, we can do that. Alright, we got it, working on it. What's thinking? Well, all of a sudden, there's a ton of VATUSas up in Boston. Albany, Barnes, Bradley, BDR, I forget who that is. Boston, Burlington, Hartford, New Haven. Let's see, Islip and Kennedy, that's New York. So I wonder if that means the Boston Center is about to come on. I don't see them on yet. By the way, it looks like our... So this is 32.2 now coming in. I said it looks like our ATC coverage in the Moncton changed, 32.2. Okay, we can start to hear that a little bit.
Philadelphia Roger, it's going to be a voltage published and expect further clearance 02100. Can I see the fence at the top of Philadelphia? See if the fence past 10,000. They came to 6,000 for now.
Well, Kenny, it did it. The change is pretty subtle. It did it. I mean, really all it did was it changed my my navy color jacket to a black jacket, and my yellow pattern tie to a black tie. I guess this was a blue shirt and it changed it to a white shirt. So all it really did was change the colors a little bit. But yeah, I mean that's kind of all it was, I suppose. But there you go. The reincarnation of John Belushi. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Anyway, if you want to get in on that, guys, the bottom of the chat panel, the alphabets points, aka the Twitch channel points. You got the alphabet serial icon. Next to that is a button that tells you how many of those you have. If you got 500 or more, click on the button, and that'll put you in the queue. Cash in 500 of those points. That'll put you in the queue to add to or modify that image however you'd like. Since we've got a moment, let's go ahead and see if we can at least start to get a sense of what our arrival into Moncton might look like. So we're not quite in range of Moncton's ATIS information. We can kind of cheat though, and we can grab it this way. .ATIS CYQM _ ATIS. Ooh, did they not? I thought they had it on. I thought they had one online. Maybe they don't want it anymore. They do not. Okay, so instead of an ATIS information at Moncton, then we will get the METAR at Moncton, and we'll make our own decision in terms of the active runways there. .METAR CYQM. So 290, it's 7. 297 niner. I'm going to go ahead and just put 297 niner into the standby altimeter so that I just remember. We don't have that like in the 737. You can pre-arm the local and then you just bump it straight from standard to local. Here it's just more of an analog dial, but I'll borrow the standby altimeter and just set that to the local settings. So we'll kind of be ahead of the game there. But at any rate, so 297 niner. Winds out of the west, 2907. So pretty tolerable winds. Temps -5. You have nice great white north. Broken at 1500. Visibility is 15 statute miles. So no visibility issues. The layer, the issue is a low cloud layer, a broken layer at 1500. Technically, your ceiling would be considered 1500 feet there. So pretty low cloud layer, broken at 1500, broken at 4000. That's 1500 above ground level, by the way, but the ground level is only a couple hundred feet anyway. So that tells us we're going to need to make sure we have a pretty decent instrument approach dialed in for that westbound arrival. Let's see what runways we even have at Moncton to choose from, and then what approaches we've got there. So there is a runway 29. There's a runway 24 to 29. 24 is the longer runway, 10,000 foot runway and an 8,000 foot runway. So it looks like 24 is probably their normal operations runway. So it's possible, we'll see, that they might not have a instrument approach to 29er. But let's take a peek. Let's see what they've got. Well, we do. We've got an ILS. Interestingly, we've got an ILS to 29, but we don't have an ILS to 24. We got RNAV, RNP, and RNAV GPS to runway 24. Same with runway 29. We got all those options. So it seems like 29er is going to be the preferred runway. Certainly the one they've got the lowest minimum approach to. You would expect, anyway, that the ILS would have the lowest minimums. Minimums 432. Oh, minimums 419. For LPV, which is not us. We're going to have just LNAV and... no, we're not even going to have LNAV and VNAV. We only have lateral. All of our vertical information is going to come off the chart in this aircraft. So it's 560. If we had a RNAV RNP, it would be 558. So yeah, the ILS is going to give us the most accurate guidance, and it seems like it's the preferred approach anyway. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll plan on that runway 29er ILS, and that means we can actually start setting up for that in the FMC. We are going to be coming at this from ITPAC, so we're going to be coming at it from like the exact opposite direction. So not sure whether that means SUVIP or LEVIP would be the preferred initial approach fix. We're coming slightly from the south, I guess, so we'll go SUVIP onto it from there. If they want to switch it, we can switch it, but we'll assume SUVIP unless we're told something different. But the ILS 29er, so we'll put that in the box from SUVIP, and then we'll tune in the frequencies as well. If we go missed straight out, 3,000, easy enough. Straight to 3,000, no waypoints to put in. No waypoints or no nav aids, just straight out on a 286. Alright, easy enough. So, ILS 29er from SUVIP. Let's put the nav page over there, flight plan page over here. Let's go to menu, arrivals. Come up here with a slightly better angle. We're going to arrive on runway 29er, which is option number 4. We'll enter. There's no star, so we'll come right down here to the approach, and it's the ILS to 29er. So that's selection number 1 from SUVIP. 2, enter, and we'll go ahead and put that into the flight plan. So we'll go to the next page. We're already bound to Fryer, and then Mullinucket. And then after ITPACs, we're just going to do SUVIP, ADRET, BOXM, and then runway 29er, and then the airport. So fairly straightforward. Missed approach is going to be a straight to 3,000. No frills there. In terms of vertical navigation, we're just going to go 4,000 at SUVIP. So that's good. That we leave that like it is. So target vertical speed would be 2,000 feet per minute. And enter. So it's going to be a 3-degree descent. And we're 192 miles from our top of descent right now. So we've got a little ways to go. You kind of forget, like when you get up into this area, you get kind of beyond the borders of the civilization. You get really any north of like Portsmouth. Everything up here is like way spread out. Way spread out. Alright, well we got it into the box. Let's now go ahead and get it into the radios. So 109.3. And the course on that is 286. Oh, that's weird. Why is that turning? Oh, because both, yes. Yeah, both are reading off of nav 1. Okay, normally I leave that on split. So the left side's reading nav 1, right side's reading nav 2. And that's important when you're dialing in these automated, these analog approaches. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll do the approach frequency and course on the captain's side and the missed approach frequency and course on the first officer's side. That way, in case you lose your FMC or you want to make sure that you're performing the approach and the missed through the conventional navigation guidance, you've got the missed approach already set up and ready to go. All you got to do is look over there, or hey, first officer, if we do go missed, it'll be your airplane to fly the approach based on guidance on your side, whatever you agree. But for our pretend single single crew ops, we'll just have the approach guidance over here, missed approach guidance over here. In this case, that's not even going to apply since we don't have anything to tune on the missed. It's just runway heading to 3000, so easy enough. But that's why I was confused, because this was turning with this, but the way I had that set up, if you have it set to the right, then both gauges follow nav 2 and this course. If you have it set to the left, both gauges follow nav 1 and this course. But it's in split is where I normally have it, where the left side's the left side, the right side's the right side. Anyway, what was it? So 1093 and 286. Of course, that's not reflected over here because we're still following the FMC's guidance right for now. But when we throw this little yellow switch, we will see that this information will then be reflected here. Alright, so yeah, we'll check in with the minimums when we get a little closer. Because it is updating our page here based on our evolving total weight. So 90,000, no, it's not really. So how do I change that? I don't know how to change the page. There was an option. Maybe it's not selected. Yeah, flip chart options and flip chart weight sync. So flip chart weight sync is there. Okay. Well, gross weight's now coming up on 90,000, so I'm not sure why the page is still showing for 93,000. Say Again Jim is here. And Say Again says, happy Moncton Monday. Yes, it should be. It's been a weird one. We've encountered a lot of little glitches in the plane. I think there was an update, but one of the results of the update was none of the buttons and switches were where I left them. And so there's wipers going on when we turned the thing on. All the gauges were as dim as they would go. I thought that we were like out of electrical power, but it was just the gauge brightness had been turned all the way down. What else? There was a bunch of electrical stuff that was already turned on by the time we started it. There's something going on with our zero fuel weight, like our weights are. I use the same passenger and cargo loading that I normally use, but we've been overweight inexplicably all day, so it's just been a strange flight today. Lots of weird things are just different in the plane than I'm used to. And so now I'm wondering, like, how do I change the reference page to the expected landing weight?
Yeah, I'm seeing your flight plan that you have 3517,000.
Yeah, Christine. It's like a Stephen King. We're up here in passing over Maine, so it's only appropriate that we're making Stephen King references. But it's like the movie Christine. The red car was possessed. Yeah, right. It definitely felt possessed when I started it up and all the wipers and lights came on. It came up in dash test mode, so all the warning lights were testing, all the horns were testing. Yeah, very strange. Very strange, and I'm not sure what's going on with the weights, because, like I said, I'm using the same weights that I always use. Toggle the flip chart, turn it off and on. Yeah, right. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Anyway, we were kind of in the middle. I said we're going to get to the V speeds when we get a little bit closer, but I do want to finish this approach briefing. We do want to make sure we get the minimums dialed in. Minimums on the straight-in ILS Charlie category is 432 feet barometric. That's 200 above ground level. However, as I always like to explain, that alerter, setting the alerter for the radio altimeter is really a Category 2 thing. This is a Category 1 ILS approach. So the minimums are barometric, not radio. Closing. Oh, that's okay. We can finish the trip with, if ATC goes offline, we'll finish the trip anyway.
Charlottetown altimeter 2973.
Meant the check boxes. No, but it wound up being a great joke, though, didn't it, Nickel? It's a flip book. We have to turn it off and on again, right? It's the consummate IT answer. So inadvertently, we wound up making a great joke there. I laughed. I thought it was a great joke. Yeah, say again, Jim says, I often accidentally turn off all the fuel flow when changing tanks and exercise and mouse clicking panic. Yeah, I have to do better discipline at that too. I've gotten better lately. You're supposed to kind of run your auxiliary fuel pumps while you do all that tank switching just for that eventuality. I've been better about that recently. Of course, everyone knows how I like to obsess over minor fuel imbalances on this channel. Anyway, so the minimum's 432, so that's 200 above ground level, but just to account for any difference between the terrain elevation at the missed approach point and the threshold, in case there is any terrain elevation difference, I'm just going to bump that up to like 350 or so. So the idea is to have the alerter go off before we get to 432 for sure. If the terrain were lower off of the airport and the airport was sitting on a plateau, then that alerter is going to go off late, right? It's not going to let you know that you're at your minimum until too late because the ground might be lower there. I mean, I don't know, but that's the classic case. If the airport's sitting on ground that's higher than the ground around it, your radio altimeter is going to go off late. So if you're on a Category 1 and you don't have, like a 737, you can set an alerter to the barometric altitude. In this aircraft, we can only set an alert to the radio altimeter. So to account for that difference, in case the airport's on some sort of a plateau, I'll just bump that by 150. And we should be fine. But the key point is to know that regardless of when the alerter goes off, 432 is what we're bound by. So what did I say? I was going to set that to, set it to 350. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be plenty. We're in nice visual conditions. The only thing is we do have, last we were told, we do have a broken layer at 1500. So we do expect that we will be joining this approach in IMC, and we will be descending through the cloud bases on final. So that's our expectation. That's, of course, if the observation that we receive holds up. Things can change by the time we get there. Sometimes extremely local conditions exist. What you encounter is not exactly what's forecast or reported. Oh, you guys are going to put in early predictions? Yeah, I don't ordinarily allow that. We'll see how it shakes out. Maybe we'll get you an honorary entry or something if you guys end up winning. Anyway, so that was the same observation. It didn't change. It's the 10th at 0100 Zulu observation, so it's the same exact data. 290 at 7. Broken layer at 1500. So we are going to be careful about. We do expect that we will be joining this approach. We're going to be joining this approach at 4,000 here, and then at Adret we're at 3,000. Even at Boxham we're at 1620. So we do expect that we will be coming through the cloud bases just after passing Boxham. If the observation holds up to exactly what is shown there. So we'll see how it goes. Anyway, 106 miles now to top of descent. Well, we're 7 miles from Millinocket, and then we're going to be turning eastbound. So once we turn eastbound was where I was going to check in with center. And get checked out with them. But if they're about to close up, then I guess I won't. I'll still check in with them and verify. I believe that's what he said. It's surprising. Normally on a Moncton Monday, they're a little more well staffed than this. Boston, I'm surprised, is also not staffed for this. It was funny. I arrived at work this morning at my normal time, and it seemed like I was the only one there. It was a bizarre day. Oh, there you go. That's our confirmation. Oh, they did. So funny. They did get an ATIS back up and running, but now they're going to close. But I guess before he takes that down, we can grab it. That might get us a slightly better. Oh, no, it didn't come through. It's here though. So Bravo 0100 Zulu 310 at 7. So a little bit of a different. That's probably the difference between magnetic and true. So 310 magnetic. Same observation though. Broken layer at 1500. But here we would at least have. See. So they're saying the standard ops there is the RNAV Zulu or Yankee for runway 24. So if that's the way the airport normally operates, well, we'll go with that. Even though by the time we get there, it'll be whatever we want, right? By the time we get there, we're going to be without air traffic control and with probably no other aircraft out there. But if that's the standard operations is runway 24, then we will go ahead and simulate that the RNAV to 24 is what we would take. Now, the question is RNAV Yankee or Zulu. I think we're going to be heading into the RNAV Yankee because, Zulu rather, because I don't believe our aircraft is capable of an RNAV RNP. So we're going to go with the RNAV GPS again. Again, our FMC is just not as sophisticated enough to be ready to handle that. Okay, so we're going to air traffic control is gone. We can do whatever we want. However, I'm still going to do what they would have given us. And so let's see. If we're coming in from the kind of the south and west, I guess it's going to be this Memvu. So let's rebrief. That does mean we're going to keep it into RNAV mode. We're not going to need the radio frequencies that we dialed in. But we'll do the RNAV Zulu runway 24 from Memvu. So let's reprogram and rebrief. Come down here. And we'll go to flight plan, and we'll go menu, we'll go arrival, and it is going to be 3 this time. And so that means we have to change. It's going to let us select both either, which is weird. The RNAV Zulu, I don't think this RNAV Yankee, I don't think this plane can actually do. Yeah, because we don't have the ability to follow these radius to fix legs. So I'm surprised that the box is even letting us select that. It hasn't in the past. But we'll do this one, the RNAV Zulu from Memvu. So that'll be number 2. Enter, and from Memvu is also number 2, enter. And then we'll put that in the flight plan. So now let's go to the next. So we're heading from Millinocket to Danville to Pucksop. So we're still in that airway, and then next, and then, okay, so ITPAC. So after ITPAC, this has now changed. Memvu at 4,000. Imero at 3,000, and then Nabin at 16, runway 24. So now this is, yeah, so our minimums are now 381 above the ground. So I'm going to bump that to 500. All right. And then the missed approach, if we go missed on this, is what? Straight out to Cassid. So it's still straight to 3,000. It's the difference is we actually have a waypoint there. And I don't think... Yeah, so the missed approach waypoint doesn't program in. I mean, we might even be able to put it here, CASID. Why not? Will it let us do it? Yeah, after the airport, 12 miles straight out. Yeah, why not? So there we are. We're set up for the mist just in case we need to do it. So let's go back to VNAV. And yeah, it's still 2,000, 2.8 degree. And we're 52 miles from top of descent. Okay. Let's change our pins. Let's go ahead and pin the approach that we are now planning to fly. We can actually unpin everything at JFK. We don't need any of that. Since we are going to come back to LaGuardia. So it was originally going to be LaGuardia, Moncton, and then Moncton back to LaGuardia. We moved over to Kennedy because we got a very good friend, jet pilot Cinnamon, controlling there. But we still can go back to LaGuardia. And I would like to, because LaGuardia has some of those fun charted visual approaches, and I'm going to see if maybe we can get assigned one. So if we got air traffic control there, maybe we'll we got overspeed.
It's fingerling and good.
No, come on. Okay, so just that tiny little adjustment has us now slowing down enough to get out of the overspeed warning. There we go. Good Fixins is here. How are you, Good Fixins? For Good Fixins and for anybody else who's just popping into the stream, of course, we're flying the BAe-146 as Air Canada Jazz. We're flying it up to Moncton and back. We thought it was a Moncton Monday. They kind of seem to have cut the air traffic control coverage short, but that's all right. It is still a Air Canada Jazz flight up to Canada. So for our slant artwork adventure, we're playing in a Canadian jazz club. So there's me blowing the saxophone there in a Canadian jazz club. If you want to add to that slant artwork adventure image or modify it, just cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel, the alphabets points, aka the Twitch channel points. The button next to that little icon tells you how many you have. You can click on that, cash in 500, and that puts you in the queue to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. So you just once you do that, wait for me to call your name just in case I'm busy with the plane. But once I do so, you can let me know what you would like to change about that image or add to that image. And again, that is our slants artwork adventure for the evening. All right. So anyway, we were rebriefing the new approach. So Melvin wants to add Miles Davis in the background. Okay. Alright, Melvin, let's chew it on that. Miles in the sky, right? Indeed, okay. Alright, let's rebrief our new approach. So there's the airport, and it's the Arnav Zulu, runway 24 for Memdu. That's going to be at 4,000, and then we're going to descend here to 3,000 in Amriva, then we're going to turn onto the approach Nabin at 16, and then down. It's going to be possibly after Nabin that we break through the 1,500-foot cloud bases. Straight out to 3,000 for Cassid if we go missed. We got the minimum set 580, we'll call it 600. The alerter should go off plenty above that. I got it buffered by a little bit. So minimum we'll say 600. We'll do our V speeds here just a little bit. Okay, it is cycling down the pages here, so it's correct. So it should okay. So we're not quite at 89,000. Yeah, we're not quite at 89,000, but when we get below 89,000, it should cycle the page down one more page. So that should happen here just in a moment. So it's rounding up to the next one, basically. So once it gets below 89, we'll see 30 more pounds burn away. It did pretty good. It did pretty good. Now it sometimes balks about putting exact likenesses of people, so I kind of adjusted the description accordingly. But it's got to play in the right instrument. That's definitely very flugelhorn-esque right there. I would have been honored to perform with him. Well, jazz is not my style. Yeah, exactly. Close enough. We'll take it. Okay, so we're below 89,000 now, so let's see. It hasn't quite cycled the page down yet, but it seems like that's what it's doing. Alright, let's run through a full approach briefing at this point. Approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach altitude will be 3,000. Minimums are 600 baro. Alerters set to go off above that. V-speeds will do when we're closer. The crosswind, it's kind of a 2931, so it'll be, as we land on a 2-4, that wind will be coming from our right. It's only like 11 knots or something like that, so it's fairly tame. We'll see how it goes. Ceiling, we said, was 1,500 above ground level, so that should be around 2,000 mean sea level, so we should be actually coming through that before we get to that final approach fix. But, you know, again, plus or minus, depending on what the observation versus the actual is. And then it'll be, is that the terminal? Is that on the right? We go to the airport, so this is Moncton Flight College down here. This looks like general aviation. The main terminal looks to be up here. Yeah, so the air terminal would be up here, so that would be where we're turning. That's good that we're arriving on this runway then, because the taxi's going to be a lot simpler. So it's a right-hand turnoff if we make it off by echo, which we shouldn't have any trouble. If we end up rolling long, we would either back. Yeah, I think we end up rolling long. We'd turn left and back taxi 29er and then left Delta to cross. Although it just seems simple enough to back taxi right to echo. But we're going to try and make it down. We're going to try and turn off by echo right to the terminal. We should be able to. It's a fairly good short performance aircraft if in the right hands. I don't know necessarily that I am in the right hands, but we'll try. Okay, so we're a little bit past our top of descent now. Let's go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on. And let's get down to 4,000. Well, let's just spin it and let's get it armed. And then let's go into descent. And then let's just go into sync. We'll bring them down. We'll pitch for a 280 knot descent. So as we capture 280, we'll go ahead and capture the speed mode. So I'll bring that down. Let's go ahead and continue setting the alerter down to 4,000. Okay, there's our 280. Capture the speed, and down we go. The other thing we can do on the beginning of our descent, we want to go ahead and set the pressurization to the landing altitude, which is going to be 230 feet. So about a quarter of the way up to 1, so about halfway up to the 500. So we're just going to call it like right. Whoops. Call it like right there. All right, now to achieve our top of descent, we want to be descending at 2,300. It looks like we're descending at 2,500. I'm actually going to put just a little bit of throttle back in. Let me just make sure. So if that's 2, that's 3, that's 4. So that's 2,500. And it wants us to be descending at 2,250. So I'm going to get that to that, and then I'm going to capture the vertical speed rather than the airspeed. So now we're going to descend at that constant rate the entire way down. And the throttles, instead of... So, here's the fun thing, guys. When you got two autopilots mode. You got one mode that pitches to maintain a constant speed, and then the throttles, therefore, end up controlling your descent rate. Right? Because if you pull all the throttles out, then all of a sudden, it's going to have to pitch to a much steeper descent in order to keep that speed up for you. So, the speed remains constant, essentially, and the throttles control the vertical rate. If now you've got the plane pitching to maintain a vertical rate, well, then if you put more thrust in, the plane goes faster. Less thrust in, the plane goes slower, but it's still descending at that constant number of feet per minute. So now that we got the plane just matched to the target descent, yeah, we went 2100. We're descending a little quickly. Let's go back into the airspeed mode. I'm going to add a little extra throttle in it, just to shallow the descent slightly. Good fixins watching curling, yeah. So that my wife and I watched curling on demand all day yesterday. Basically, we watched that, and then we watched the Super Bowl last night. So yeah, I mean, I think I've told you guys in our Discord how curling obsessed I get every 4 years. But yeah, the U.S. team is they're on a tear, man. They're doing well. Happy to see them in the medal round. And then, of course, the 4-on-4 men's and 4-on-4 women's starts later this week as well. All right, so we are descending through the transition altitude, so transition level, I should say. So let's go ahead and get that local set, 2979. But yeah, I am curling obsessed for 3 weeks every 4 years, and then I forget all about it. But yeah, we had such a good day just chilling in the house watching curling all day. I think she was a little annoyed that I was still planning on streaming tonight. She's like, you know how much curling we've got to watch? I'm like, honey, I know. I'm off the next 2 nights. By the way, so our normal stream schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We are Monday, Tuesday, Friday this week. I'm sorry. Monday, Thursday, Friday this week. Monday, Thursday, Friday this week. Alright, so it wants us descending at 1,900 feet a minute, so we can shallow the descent out just a little bit. .8, that's the tower frequency. 120.8 is the tower frequency at Moncton, so that is going to be our common traffic advisory frequency, and I did confirm that here in the pilot client, .ctaf and the ICAO code. So we'll get that ready to go. So again, we're transmitting and receiving on 22.8, so we'll just change that to 120.8. And we don't need to monitor the first radio anymore. Alright, coming up on 10, let's go ahead and get our V-speed set. It didn't quite slip down to the 90. It might be pages every 2,000. It might not be every 1,000. But let's just go ahead and get our flaps 30 set. I'm going to go ahead and start slowing the aircraft down. We want to descend at about 1,800, and we're pretty close to that, so let's just hold that vertical speed. In the meantime, I'm going to come up top. We're going to start the APU. And then we're going to get the by the way, we're about to come through a moisture layer, so I'm going to go ahead and get some anti-icing on. We're going to get the APU started, and that will allow us to run electrical power from the aircraft. And that way, once we have the APU providing electricity, we can pull our engines back all the way to idle without worrying that we're not generating enough electricity to run all those anti-icing systems. So let's come up top here. APU power is available. APU air on. Engine air off. And APU is now providing electricity, so we are good. We can go ahead and throttle all the way back to idle now and start slowing down. Okay, we're through 10,000. We can recapture the speed. And then let's readjust to 2,000 feet a minute. Moncton traffic, Jazz 5514 is 9,300 descending. We're essentially over top of the airport, maneuvering north and east to join the RNAV Zulu 24 Moncton. Guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest prediction is going to get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Now we're having some trouble slowing down and getting the descent going here. We're needing to descend faster. I'm going to go ahead and get a little speed brake in. Below 10,000, we can get our landing lights on, our turn-off lights on, our continuous ignition on. I probably should have the continuous ignition on when I'm running all the anti-icing stuff anyway. And let's get our backup hydraulic systems up and running. Ice detected, but we've got the anti-icing stuff going, so hopefully we'll be okay there. Alright, I'm going to take it out of indicated airspeed hold mode because I want to slow it down. So we're going to pitch up, but we're going to throw in some spoilers. We'll really get down to about 210 here, 200 maybe even. Yeah, we're very high. Supposed to be at 4,000, we're 5,600 descending. So we're going to catch up the altitude here. I'm going to get the first notch of flaps in, gear in. Alright, and I'm going to
Autopilot disconnected.
take matters in my own hands here, guys. Yeah, we are still going to have LNAV armed. For flight director purposes. No, no flight directors? Alright, we're already at our final approach speed, which is not ideal. So Nabin's a 10-mile final. And we're supposed to be at 3,000 by the time we get there. We're not doing too bad, though. We'll catch it up. Moncton traffic, JustFlight regional jet turning 10-mile final for runway 24 in Moncton. Alright. Flaps 30, so landing flaps set and checked. Missed approach altitude is going to be straight out to 3,000. We'll go ahead and get that set. We're inside of the final approach fix, so we can, inside of the initial fix, we can descend down to 1,600 at Nabin. Speed's a little low.
$2,500.
Quite have the runway in sight, although maybe it's here. Not 100% certain, but that looks suspiciously airstrippy, as we like to say. 1,600. Well, a good alignment with it. Minimums we're going to call 600, right? Alright, let's alert our cabin crew. Landing gears down and green. Landing flaps 30 set and checked. Missed approach altitude 3,000. So that's going to be straight out to 3,000 if we go missed. And a right-hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Supposed to be 1,600 at Nabin, and we're a little high. A little low, rather. Nabin's a 4-mile final. Did say it was going to be a right to left. So yeah, I think that's the runway we're looking at up ahead to the left. Moncton traffic, JustFlight BAe-146 is 4 outs for the straight in runway 29er. Correction, 24, Moncton. Okay, speed's good. Glide's good, just eyeballing it, no indications. But glide's good just by the eyeball. Seem to be fairly stable. Remember, ground data once we get down. Still getting blown over to the left a little bit, so we'll keep the nose over to the right.
Plus 100.
Okay, we got the airfield in sight. Runway in sight. We're landing.
Minimums. Minimums.
Speed's just a little bit low. It's not overcorrect.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Yeah, skin and skipped a little bit.
Round idle.
But I was very, very happy with it overall.
Brake pressure
now.
seen.
Yeah, now that we got it. Now that we got it kind of stable down the center line.
60 knots.
Jim isn't sure we landed. Alright, and we got off right where we wanted to get off, which was by Echo. Moncton traffic, Jazz 5514's regional jet off of runway 24. We are clear of the runway. Moncton. Okay, flaps, spoilers. Flight directors. Landing strobe, turn off. Weather radar. TMS. So TMS is supposed to come off on short final. I leave it on purpose because I feel like my hardware doesn't do a good job of keeping the throttles even in synced. So I leave the throttle sync on, and even though you're not supposed to in this aircraft, I do that on purpose. APU stuff is done. Continuous ignition can come off. Where are we going? So speed brake and flaps. Landing lights, taxi lights can come on, but I guess we're on the ramp now, so I would turn them off anyway. I'm going to park where that catering truck is. I'm going to run them over. Strobes we did, exit lights off, continuous ignition, weather radar, or transponder. Transponder we can go to out of TA and RA mode. I was going to say, oh my god, my brakes are 3,000 degrees. Oh no, the brakes temps are down here. Alright, I'm just going to pull up close as I can get. The jetway might be able to come out and get me here. I'm not as close to him as I thought. I thought I was like almost ready to bump him. I still feel like I'm just about ready to bump him, but okay. Parking brake. Let's just confirm parking brake did come on. Yeah, okay, parking brake's on. Taxi lights, yeah, we did. Master warning knob can come out. So finally, at the end of this leg, I actually did start to look again like I know what I'm doing in this aircraft. I was overall pleased with that, even though we got a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of the descent. We caught it up nicely and put it down nice and gentle. Let's jump up to the top here. The engine gens can come off. Oh, all the anti-icing stuff could have come off as we got down. Continuous ignition we already did. So the gens are off. Pack number 2 can come off. We can go ahead and cut off all 4 engines. Let's just make sure all 4 did go into cutoff, and they did. I had that happen once where one of the engines stayed running just because my switch didn't register. Had to jiggle it, and then everything was fine after that. But yeah, had an engine running the entire time I was at the gate and didn't realize it. So now I get in the habit of checking for those 4 red lights, which is probably a good thing to do anyway. Fasten seatbelt signs can come off. Pumps 1, 3, and 4 can come off. Screen and probe heats can come off. Ice detection can come off. And the beacon light can come off. That's there. Over on the tablet, we can get the chocks set and the doors open. Alright, we can jump up top and we can get our PTU and AC pump and the engine pumps off. Down at the bottom, we'll go ahead and plug that in 2000 and standby. Alright, and then let's take a peek and see how we did in terms of the flight time and fuel estimates. I got the ice buildup on the plane already, just taxiing in. All right, so let's check my estimates first, and then let's check yours. So remember, we got airborne. What was it? About 10 minutes late. I guess I didn't take note of the time once we got flying. I think it was supposed to be about 4:45, and it was maybe about 5:00. So we might be about plus 10 there. Where are we? So we were supposed to be down at 9:36, and it's 9:44, so we're plus 8 there. So that probably holds up okay. And we're supposed to have 7,161 left in the tanks, and let's see what we've got. Oh my gosh, 87.93. So 1,600 extra pounds. Alright, so instead of adding 8,300, we're going to add 7,300. We're going to add 6,700 pounds. Okay, well, good. We saved the company some fuel. The gross weight's going up. How is the gross weight going up? We're not adding fuel. We're not adding passengers. How are we getting heavier right now? I don't know. Some weird stuff is going on with the weights in this plane. I'm not sure. Oh. You know why the plane's getting heavier? Because of the ice. Oh, boy. That's fun. Yeah, Piety, we came to the same conclusion I did. Alright, well, let's look at your predictions before I crash this plane on the return trip. 148 was the number that wound up registering. Let's see where your predictions were. Now, in terms of the predictions that came in too early, we had 173 and 124. Did we have anybody closer to that? We had 189, 175, 100, 181, 164 would have beat out Kinney. 150 from Peyote Moon Pie. Well, Peyote Moon Pies are going to beat everybody, so so there, we're going to have to worry about JPC or Kenny's guess. So normally the rule is you have to be here for the landing in order to begin the landing competition. And I try not to be a hard, what about that, but the whole purpose of the competition is to encourage people to watch. So I do kind of stick to that rule. However, Peyote negated it anyway. So even if I was going to be lenient, I'm still giving the entry to Peyote Moon Pie, who was only 2 off with that guess of 150 on an actual of 148. So congrats. And what is it today? 29. 29er. Alright, well, let's get the turnaround going as quickly as we can, and let's start making our way back to New York. And I am going to go back to LaGuardia rather than Kennedy, just because the whole purpose of me wanting to go to LaGuardia... Interestingly, I guess I should have chosen the other approach fix. It would have made more sense for me to come this way. I thought I was coming in more from the south and west, rather than the north and west. However, it does look like I crossed over the final approach pass. I mean, I was well above final approach pass, so it didn't really matter, but just in terms of the geometry, it obviously didn't make sense for me to come into that final approach fix rather than the one on the other side. Anyway, let's go ahead and get ready for leg number 2 here. So first and foremost, to get it filed on the network. Is it still the case that we don't have any VATSIM air traffic control? It is still that case. Looks like we might still have... Yeah, it looks like we might still have a Kennedy approach. Always says online until when? 0300. Well, we're probably going to be after that anyway. So we'll just go back to LaGuardia. They've got some really cool charted visual approaches, and that was kind of why I chose it. So for Jazz 5514, we're IFR, we're a B462, we're a medium SBDFGRY, we're an L transponder, we're departing from CYQM, we're planning to be off block at 0300, that's going to be cutting it close, but we'll try. Altitude 28,000, airspeed will be 380, our arrival will be LaGuardia, our alternate will be Philly. En route time of 1:49. Yeah, a little bit longer one than I normally do on these streams, but again, just wanted to show New York some love. All right, so there's our route. I'll show it to you in Navigraph desktop charts in just a moment. B2C2D2S2. Our performance is a Charlie, and twitch.tv/slant. Alpha Adventures. Go ahead and get that filed. I expect that yeah, it's still saying we're assigned 3366. So alright, well, let's get the charts going. We can close that. We can unpin the approach. Actually, let's go over here, flight, and unload the entire flight. Let's do a new flight. Origin is going to be CYQM. We'll add that to the route. Destination is going to be LaGuardia. We'll add that to the route. Let's close the charts for now. Let's go ahead and enter the route that I had just told you guys, which is there. We're done. Okay, so there we are. As we depart, so we got nothing pinned. So we're gonna pin airport information. We are going to pin the SIDS. It's the Moncton 5, just a generic vector departure. And I'll tell you what, let's just go ahead and get airborne. We'll pin this in. We got a nice long flight, so we can do the briefing for LaGuardia once we get rolling. But let's just do this for now. Let's just get to our flight. Let's get to the charts for LaGuardia. Let's get to the taxi. Let's pin the airport info, and let's pin the parking gates as well. But we'll look at all that for once we get going. The Moncton departure. If we're going to depart on runway 24, then it's just going to be a 241, and we are going to do what now? maintain 5,000, and expect vectors. Okay, so that's pretty simple. Runway heading to 5,000 and expect vectors. And so all that's now entered in. Let's go back to the flow list and run it back up to the top. Let's go ahead and set our payload and fuel. So it didn't like... Alright, well, first of all, fuel. We want 77.50 per. Enter. 77.50. Enter. Let's refuel. Let's make it instant. Okay. Now, passenger load. Let's just see if we set it a little lower. We can get the weights back to being legal, and let's see if that was our problem. So how is I just reduced a quarter of our fuel, or a quarter of our passenger load. So what's a legal load in this aircraft? That's crazy. You gotta take it that low? Not 15. 1,500. Zero fuel weight, still okay. Okay, so once it gets over 78, now it's starting to cry. $77.4. $76.7. $76.6, and it's still mad. Okay. So 76.5 is fine. Any higher than that. Alright. We'll go ahead and start our boarding. Zero fuel weight is still in the red now. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand. Now, of course, the icing is adding a lot of weight. So we'll address that. We'll do a de-icing. I'll show you. I know how to de-ice this plane. We'll de-ice this plane. All right. But anyway, we got the passengers boarding. Let's go ahead and get everything else set up. We got the updated ATIS. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, there's not an ATIS, but let's go ahead and get an updated METAR here. CYQM 300 at Niner, so we're still going to do 24, I think. -5 is the temp, 2980 is the altimeter. What did I say it was? -4? -5. We're going to start with 640. Whoops. We'll start with 640 and we'll go from there. Alright, so the field elevation 232. Yep, that's pretty close to what's showing. Comm radios, nothing really to set. We're on the local common traffic advisory frequency. 120.8, and then we'll change it to 122.8 once we get airborne. We do not need to monitor the first comm radio. Well, let's just receive from comm 1 because it's not cooperating. 122.8. And 120.8. Alright. IFR clearance, we don't really need to obtain because there's nobody to obtain it with. We can go ahead and get our route programmed in here. Let's go to the menu page on both sides. Over here we'll do a delete flight plan, double click, okay, and then we'll enter our new one. We're at CYQM, enter, accept. We're going to go to the menu, we're going to go to the departures, we're going to depart off of runway 24. It's just the generic vector SID, so we'll just go ahead and put that in the flight plan. It's just 640 straight and then vectors. We are then going to ITPAX, ITPAX, whoops, back, AX, back, AX, enter, accept. From ITPAX, we're on Q951, so let's do a list of airways. That's selection 2, enter, and we're taking ITPAX to Danol. So let's go next. Yeah, it's number 19 there. Enter. So it's put all the points in between. After Danol, it's Friar, F-R-I-A-R. Enter. Accept. MLT. I'm sorry. It's from Friar, it's Q97 to Venti. So we'll go list airways. Q97. Next page. Next page. There it is, Venti 28. Enter. And then after Venti, Neely and the VATR 1, but that all comes off of LaGuardia. So let's just go put in LaGuardia. Enter. Accept. Let's just get... So LaGuardia doesn't have a... ATIS running right now. The real world, just in case, this is a guideline. This may not be what we end up doing, but just as a guideline, RNAV X-ray 31. So let's just plan on that. And then if that plan changes by the time we get there, that's fine. Let's go to menu, arrivals. It's going to be option 4, enter. It's going to be the VATR 1 from Neely. And the RNAV X-ray 31. Is that what I just said? I believe that's what I just said. RNAV X-ray 31. And let's just see if we go to LaGuardia, and we're going to do the star, which is called the VATR-1. That star ends at a point called VATR. Okay, and then we approach RNAV X-ray to 3-1. Okay, so it does have a transition off of VATR, so we should be able to do that. Right? So VATR-1 to VATR, and then VATR to join the approach. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Oh, don't have that transition. So we'll select Greg, but then we'll have to delete Greg and Zared. Okay, we'll put that all on the flight plan. So we're at VATR, and then we'll get vectors to Greg and Zared, and then we're back at VATR again. So let's see if we can delete. So VATR, and then delete, delete, delete. So Crayley and then VATR, and then Jackie and Nickel. So let's make sure that makes sense. So Basie, Harp, and then Crayley, and then VATR, and then Jackie, and then Nickel. Okay, all right, so it looks like we're fine there. Now, again, this plan may change, but we'll see how it goes. And then make sure we're navigating to the second waypoint. Okay. Comfortable with how that's all reflected in there. Let's jump down here. We'll squawk 6633, and we'll go into exponder mode. And then let's select our departure. It's heading 241. So we'll get that set and ready to go. 241. Our initial is going to be 5,000. Well, we got to get flight director on. Flight director on. We can arm the altitude. We can arm the heading. We are still in RNAV mode. We're good. And how much we got left on the... Yeah, boarding 32%. But it says remaining passenger time 0 minutes. So something's gone off with this tablet. This tablet doesn't work quite right today. I'm not sure what's going on there. But it should be just about done. I think we had 60 passengers, so it should be remaining passenger time 0 minutes. Just the percentage bar is not calculating correctly today, which is fine. Did we get that jetway? Did that jetway make it to us? No, it didn't. That's fine too.
Cabin crew, arm doors and crosshair.
Jumped onto Halifax. Otherwise I would have been Moncton. Yeah, no problem, Louis. No problem. Okay, so the brake pressure is verified. The handle is out. Let's go ahead and get the wheel chocks put away as well. We'll go ahead and get our elevator trim set. Just got to click on the center of gravity. Okay, that's done. Since we are closed up now, we'll go ahead and get our oxygen systems on. Fasten seatbelt signs can come on. Don't worry, guys. I'll take care of the de-icing. Don't worry. cabin pressure for our cruise is going to be, whoops, cabin pressure for our cruise is going to be 28,000. And we'll be better about checking the rate of increase this time. Rate, the word rate should just be right side up, I guess. So the cabin altitude is going to be sitting right at about 7,400. All right, so that's done. The ice detection can be on and guarded. We'll get the engine anti-icing on. I think we got yeah, we can go power and takeoff. And we can get our bugs set for a flaps 18. Okay, we're good. 95,000. Okay, that did change back to the right page. Alright, and then let's pre-plan our push. And yeah, we're going to push way back here between the taxiways, because I'm going to assume that's going to be where we're going to get some de-icing done. Alright, let's go ahead and request our tug. Beacon light can come on. We'll go ahead and get pack number 1 off. Let's get the remaining fuel pumps on. Let's go ahead and check to see that we've got. Yeah, we're iced over good, guys. We're iced over good. All right, we've got clearance to depart, or to push rather. We'll release the parking brake, release the hold. Are we moving? We are moving. All right. Start master, start selector, start. %2 in. Let's bring in some fuel. Okay, red light number 4 is out. Switch up top. 3, start. %2 in. Let's get some fuel in. Sorry, I didn't mean to smack you guys in the ears with my soda. Yeah, so we're pushing back onto this apron, which is where I'm going to go ahead and do the de-icing. Oh, that's weird. I didn't do anything to do the de-icing, but perhaps just starting the engines has the windshield up and running. Melvin came and smacked it with a broom. I was going to smack it with a temperature, like an environmental temperature. So that's funny. I wonder. The gross weight's still increasing.
Cabin is secure.
Yeah, I was about to break out my credit card and start scraping. Yeah, I'll do a de-ice on it, Melvin. It looks like it's still. It looks like it's still pretty chilly. Windshield and the engine nacelles look better. I guess it looks better. Still got some on the windshield. All right, so we got the number 2 up and running. Let's go to the number 1 start. The zero fuel weight's still increasing. I guess it's got to be the icing. I don't know. We've had a lot of strange behaviors from the sim today. Yeah, so we'll do a little de-ice, and then we'll make sure we're ready to roll immediately after that. Okay, so all 4 engines are up and running. Let's go ahead and through this flow now. Engine anti-icing can come off, although I feel like we'll still need it. Engine gens can come on. I'm not sure why they are still showing as offline. Power's off. Yeah, why are the gens showing as offline? Possibly just because I don't have everything on up top yet. Gens are probably offline. I mean, are they hydraulic? Can't imagine that they would be hydraulic, but maybe. Who knows? Oh, I know what. Yep. We've run into this before. I still have the start master on. That's exactly what it is. Okay. Packs can come back on. I think I got everything else. APU air. So the engine air would come on after takeoff. Everything else is looking good here. We did everything up top. Alright, let's do the flight controls. Okay, and we do have some icing related warnings, however, we're going to solve all that here in just a moment. Okay, so for de-icing operation, I don't believe that they have anything in the tablet for that. I mean, I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't think so. Fuel, baggage. Yeah, I don't think we've got anything I don't think we got anything in the tablet for that. We're going to simulate de-icing by this. We're going to go custom. And live weather unchecked. Let's just set a nice warm temperature for a few minutes. Okay, gross weight's starting to come down. All right, I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit while we watch the weight start to come down because the ice is melting. We'll be right back and hopefully get underway here without incident. We'll see. Sit tight, friends. Back with you. I don't think the weight's changing because of the ice. I think the weight's changing because of the fuel that we're burning. Oh well. Alright. Back to live weather we go. And we'll just cope with what we cope with. Yeah, we'll get some anti-icing going and we'll come what may. Alright, well, let's get rolling before the ice buildup comes back too quickly, so. And we are definitely going to use the full length. Moncton traffic, Jazz 5514, taxiing out to runway 24 for a IFR westbound departure, Moncton. Alright, so let's just get rolling out quickly as we can. Runway heading to 5,000 and then to our first waypoint of ITPEX. Alright. We're going to take the runway. We're going to back taxi the entire full length. But we are going to go ahead and just call cabin crew and make sure that they are ready to go. We are likely to get a master warning on departure again because of the weight. Again, something is off. I have the passenger and cargo weights very far down, but we're still showing overweight. So we'll take it as it comes. Moncton traffic, Jazz 5514, back taxiing runway 24 for the full length for the IFR westbound departure, Moncton. Okay, so we are on the runway. We're going to put our strobes on. Turn the taxi lights off because we don't want the forward facing lights on. We're not departing just yet. Does look like there's a traffic inbound. You're still a little ways out, but I want to kind of expedite this. All right. Forward facing lights are coming on. Landing lights, turn off lights. Moncton traffic, Jazz 5514 has completed the back taxi. We're departing runway 24 full length IFR westbound. Moncton. I know, baby, I know. I do have a little treat up here for you. I thought Finley was still here. So I guess I'll give it to you, but I'm going to split it so that you and Mozzie can share it. But you got to bear with me because I got to get off this runway.
TMS set to take off.
Okay, takeoff power coming at you. Yep. Yep, we're going to get the config warning just until the wheels lift off.
Seconds. 80 knots cross-checked.
Okay.
Power set, flex achieved. V1, rotate. V2.
Okay.
Positive rate of climb, gear up.
We are off. Gears up. We need a pitch to maintain that bubble speed until we're at 1,000. So I didn't really do a good job of that. So radio altimeter hits 1,000. Then we can pitch down and start building up speed. Alright, let's make sure we're at our max continuous takeoff, or max continuous thrust rather. Okay, we're going to pitch down, build that speed up. Moncton traffic, Jazz 5514 is clear, runway 24, climbing out IFR westbound.
VFTO,
Moncton.
safe height speed, select flaps.
Okay, flaps are coming in. We'll add some up trim to counteract the loss in lift. And then as we capture 250 knots, pitch up, autopilot on. Okay, let's just say we're cleared on up to our cruise altitude of 28,000. No reason not to. And then let's also get directed to our point ITPAC. So let's go direct to 4, enter, and then let's into LNAV. Looks like that's a pretty sharp turn. Let's just go direct to our next one. Okay, so we're clear. We can now switch over to the general advisories, and we'll do a couple of so we've still got some anti-icing happening. We've still got some ice detection happening. Continuous ignition is still on because the anti-icing is still on. And we're still at a zero fuel weight that's climbing. Okay, now that zero fuel weight's descending. Okay, so I guess the ice has started to come off, I suppose. I don't know. Alright, we're through 10,000 feet, so we can do a few things. We can get forward-facing lights off. That's landing lights and turn-off lights. We can come up to top to the bleeds. We get the engine bleeds on. And then we can get the APU air off. And the APU off. Cancel the cabin call. Okay, the other thing is on top here, we can turn off the emergency backup hydraulic pressure. Okay, APU is shutting off. That might be what the warning is. Or it's just telling us we've got ice detected. Well, we've got anti-icing is going as best as possible. So the other thing we can do at 10 that I didn't do is we can check to make sure that our cabin pressure is happening at a normal rate. So this time I do have the rate right at 500, so the cabin altitude is climbing at a normal rate, and the differential pressures is better off here. Normally I say at 10,000 the diff should be about a third of the way up. At 18,000 it should be about 2/3 of the way up, and then at cruise it should be all the way up. It surged up high and then came back last time because the cabin altitude was climbing too slowly. 500 is normal, and I have adjusted, so apparently to get that, the word rate needs to just be right side up here. But again, when I booted up the plane, everything up top was in a wonky position, and that climb rate was one of them. So, yeah, but this time the cabin altitude is climbing at a normal rate, and the differential pressure is staying within expected limits. So we're coming up on 18, and it should be about 2/3 of the way up, so all of that's okay. So ice is detected, but we've got anti-icing on. And yeah, so hopefully we'll combat it. The zero fuel weight is dropping, so now that hopefully that means the ice is breaking up and falling off of the plane. And the gross weight's dropping at a rate much faster than just the fuel being consumed. So I guess that's what's happening. And so we've had a lot of interesting new features with the plane. So, yeah, I have to relearn it to some extent, right? Coming up on transition altitude, so we'll go ahead and switch to the standard pressure. We'll do that across the board here. Can't quite see that one. Yep, there we go, 2992. So this is where I would do my next cabin climb check, but we were just looking at it and everything was fine, and it remains fine. So just to go over what happened when I departed, I kept runway heading for a while, and then by the time I turned toward ITPAX, I realized it was an extremely sharp turn. I was like, well, you know what? Let's just go direct to the next one down the line. So that's what you see happening there. And I guess SkyVector has apparently VATSIM Radar has apparently figured out that's what we're doing, because it's showing the blue dotted line to there rather than to our original cleared point. So cool on that. Oh, look at that. So the squawk is 3366, but I put in 6633. Well, let's fix that, shall we? Dummy. Oh, there we go. So now our squawk is 3366, and the fact that it only shows it once it means that I'm squawking what is assigned. Okay. By the way, don't forget we've got our Slant Artwork Adventure underway. Our Slant Artwork Adventure. What we do is, at the beginning of the stream, I feed a one-sentence description into Chat GPT to have it generate an image that is roughly reminiscent of what is happening on the day's stream. And since we are flying as jazz, I said, well, what would it look like if I was in a Canadian jazz bar doing some performing? And then we added an Ottawa Senators cap, and then we added Miles Davis in the background, and I think Kenny Monster changed the suit so that I was wearing a Blues Brothers suit, black tie. So there you go, wailing on saxophone and the Blues Brothers suit, Ottawa cap, and Miles Davis on his flugelhorn in the background. So if you want to add to this image or modify this image somehow, the way you get in on our Slant Artwork Adventure is the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. So you got the alphabet serial icon that represents those, and then you got the button next to that tells you how many you have. You can cash in 500 of those, and then your name goes up in the queue. Once I call your name, you can let me know what you would like to do to add to that image or to modify it. The image looks really good, says Papa Charlie, and hates to ruin it. No, go ahead and ruin it. That's how it's fun. I went ahead and put in a little modification request myself here. Go ahead and ruin it. That's what makes it fun. I post the whole series up in our Discord server, so if you ever really wanted to see one of the old ones, you can go back and see it. And then, so normally for when I upload the stream to YouTube, I'll choose the final version as the YouTube thumbnail, but I think in one instance I did indeed choose an earlier version just because the final one was a little too bizarre, didn't work well as a thumbnail, so I went back a couple images. Oh my gosh. So I'll show you what I did to it, and then you can decide whether you want to ruin it or add to it. But anyway, yeah, so I keep the whole series. Never fear. But anyway, I decided I needed a drummer, and I decided to recruit my middle child furry co-pilot Mozzie. So it moved Miles Davis over to the left-hand side in the background. He's now playing a regular trumpet rather than a flugelhorn. And Mozzie's now filling in on drums. See, Papa Charlie, did that ruin it? No, it did not. It took it to the next level. I know, Melvin. Yeah, it turned out good. It did a good job. ChatGPT has been doing a pretty good job getting the jokes on these. You know what I mean? Like understanding what we're aiming for in terms of the level of humor we're trying. Anti-icing stuff coming off. Continuous ignition stuff coming off. No icing warnings. Zero fuel weight still dropping slightly. I don't know. I don't understand. I'll have to do some more reading. I mean, I appreciate that this plane is getting more realistic, but I really just I was not privy to the changelog, I don't think. And that's probably my fault. Well, no, that's definitely my fault. What's the probably? It's possibly my fault that they updated the plane and didn't tell me. Oh my god. What's happened? So I got another modification I'll make to it if no one else wants to jump in. But I'll let that one sit. That was pretty good. I'll let it sit on that one for a little bit. I'll let it sit on that one. There's one thing I could change. I was so again. I try to when I start the image, I try to give it as little as possible and let it kind of do its thing and do its own interpretation. And normally it's very good. So you know, the fact that I'm playing a saxophone was kind of its own creative interpretation there. Its editorial choice. Alright, well I think we're done with the airport diagram. We can unpin that. We're done with the Moncton departure. We can unpin that. So pretty much everything here is LaGuardia. We got the VATR arrival that we're picking up from Neely. And then we're going to bring that in to this Harp, past point Harp and Crowley, and then to this point VATR. And then from VATR, it joins up with this transition path, spins us around, and then puts us on the RNAV X-ray. And on the RNAV X-ray, the fun thing about the RNAV X-ray is that it is also the same path as the park visual. So when we get to this point, and it is the same points, Pachu, Shea, Gacker, Darrell, Keith. Right? Pachu, Shea, Gacker, Darrell, and Keith. And then Dock Track or whatever. I almost said something else. We'll go with Dock Track. So it is the same. It is the same approach. This is just flown via instruments, okay? And you have an instrument depicted path to get you to that point. This is flown via visual reference. This park visual is a ton of fun. And I will probably fly it as the park visual. And it's incredible to me, like, how close it gets you to a straight-in final to runway 4, and then you break off and do this pretty tight pattern. Like it's an intense maneuver. So we're gonna go ahead and give that a shot this time. Matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and pin that. We'll brief it with the mist out to Yeoman. But I'm going to hope to fly it as the park. Yeah, missed approach, no missed approach procedure. Just don't miss. Just don't miss. No, I mean on a visual approach, there is no missed approach procedure in the U.S. That's normal. You would get an instruction from tower in order to, resequence out with your approach controller. So you'll get something simple like runway heading 3000 contact departure, something like that. Alright, we're arriving at cruise. We'll go ahead and bug our desired cruise speed here. Mach 7.3 or thereabouts. We'll leave it in climb power until we get up to that. We're up close to that anyway. We can go ahead and turn the fasten seatbelt signs. No, but I wasn't trying to do that. Turn the fasten seatbelt signs off. We'll do one final cruise check. Okay, so the cabin altitude sitting at 7,500, just like it should be. Differential pressure within spec. So yeah, we're good, and we're now well below the temperature where we would be expecting any icing problems. So we should be fine here. All right, speed's starting to come up. So. How are we balanced? We're a little heavier on the right, but not too bad. Zero fuel weight's just hovering, man. I don't know, some icing that won't go away. Alright, well, we'll figure it out. In terms of descent planning, well, I'll tell you what, let's get our... Let's get our power set to cruise. So we've now set the thrust management system, thrust modulation system, whatever you want to call it, to achieve our cruise. We're going to lower the throttles until the white lights on those top buttons go off, which they just now have. So I will level those sticks out. And now it is going to adjust, it's going to fine-tune so that you just get into the ballpark. It's going to now fine-tune so the engines are putting out exactly 640 degrees of turbine gas temps. We will then, now this is not an auto throttle, because it's not going to adjust those to maintain a certain speed. We're going to eyeball that and see what happens with the speed. And if it's fairly stable, we'll leave it alone. If it's kind of slowly increasing still, we'll maybe knock the temperature down a little bit. If it starts to decrease, we'll knock the temperature up a little bit. It'll take us, a couple of iterations maybe to get that exactly tuned in. It's increasing, but it's not increasing rapidly. Let's just maybe change it down by 20 degrees. Sometimes it's hard to get the click spot. Yeah, so let's just change it to 620 and then let's see how it stabilizes there. 423 is what we're showing across the ground at the moment. And I mean, the bubble kind of tells you you're on the speed you want to be, but the bubble's not tied to this or this. The bubble is just tied to whatever you bug, right? So if I bug that I want to do 250 knots, suddenly it's going to tell us, oh, well, you're way too fast. You should reduce your speed. But if we tell it we want to do, 290 or whatever this is, oh, yeah, you're right on. Kurt Deasy is here. Hey, Kurt, how are you, man? Appreciate you joining in. Kurt, for your benefit and for anybody else that might be just joining, we are flying our JustFlight BAe-146 as Air Canada Jazz, doing a little shuttle run. We went from New York to Moncton, and then Moncton heading back to New York. Now, originally, this was a Moncton Monday event, and they have cut their ATC staffing just a tiny bit short, so don't think we've got any ATC for the rest of the night. And, well, we still have some Newark approach. But this sector covers Kennedy. Yeah, JFK and Islip. Yeah, and then this is this Bradley, so that's, yeah, we're going to be over top of that airspace. We're not going to be not talking to them. And then Albany approaches on. So there's some local, some regional coverage in Boston Air TCC, and then New York's got some coverage on, but it doesn't look like they've got the controller on. That is covering LaGuardia, plus he says he's going to be online until 0300 Zulu. Well, that's 10 minutes from now, so if he adheres to that time, he's going to be gone by the time we get there anyway. So it doesn't look like we've got staffing that's going to be here. Moncton has a weekly event they call Moncton Monday. They had some controllers on earlier. They didn't stay as long as they normally do, but it's kind of an informal weekly event. It's not really a strict timing thing, so certainly not holding that against them. But figured we'd enjoy doing the flight anyway. Now, the other thing that is apropos for is we have an activity on the channel that we call Slant Artwork Adventure. All right, so in Slant Artwork Adventure, we have ChatGPT create an image. I give it a one-sentence description at the very beginning of the stream and have it create an image that's roughly related to what we're doing that night. The extensive purpose is that it creates the image that I'm going to end up using as the thumbnail once I post the sucker up on YouTube later. So we try to make it somewhat tied to what we're doing on the stream. So we figured, okay, Jazz, Canada, okay. So here's what we did. So there's our Slant Artwork Adventure right now. This is me playing some jazz in Canada. We got Miles Davis in the background, and we got my dog Mozzie. I got three furry co-pilots. Oh, they started an hour earlier. That's true. That's true too, Melvin. So this is one of my 3 furry co-pilots, who is. I'll show you the 3. So Finley on the left, he's our elder statesman. Mozzie on the right, he's the middle child. Keeley, she's our what we call 11.4-pound terrorist. She rules the household with an iron paw. But middle child Mozzie, he's our drummer tonight. So we got Miles jamming back there, me on the saxophone, and Mozzie pounding away on the drums. So the way the activity works is, if you want to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, the channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the Alphabets serial icon that represents those, and then you got the button next to that tells you how many you have, and then you click on that for the opportunity to cash those in. That puts you in the queue. Once I call your name, you let me know what you would like to do to add to that image or modify that image, and that's how the activity works. Slant Artwork Adventure. So I said earlier, I do have one more modification I want to do to that myself. If no one else is going to jump in the queue, I got one more modification that I want to do. However, any of you want to get in on that, go ahead. Please feel free. Don't let my don't let my participation stop your participation. Yeah, so we slipped slightly off of our crew. It's creeping up a little bit though still. I'll leave it alone. But we do need to start kind of our thinking about descent planning too. I mean, we got a little way. This is a little bit of a longer flight than I normally do on the stream. Normally we're starting to kind of wrap up now. Got a little ways to go yet. Anyway, alright, so I will go ahead and make one more modification to our Slant Artwork Adventure. Alright, so I got it chewing on that. We'll show you that in a minute. Yeah, Melvin, that's a fair point. And they're, again, obviously, VATSIM air traffic controllers don't necessarily live in the region and or time zone that they control in, but many do. I would probably I hazard a guess that most do, but that might not be, that might be slightly more than half. I don't know. I think probably a solid majority do, maybe, 2/3. That's anecdotal guess. I have no idea. But point is, Melvin's correct. They're an hour ahead of us time zone wise, as I can sit here in U.S. Eastern Time. So we're -5 right now. They're -4. So yeah, it's probably not that surprising that they wrapped up a little early. Okay, it did an okay job with this. So Melvin, you might have an inkling as to what I'm about to unveil here, but Melvin knows that through grade school, high school, and college, my instrument of choice was not the saxophone. My mouth shape, I have a really bad overbite. I had terrible time in orthodontics as a kid. Saxophone would not have worked for me, plus a terrible gag reflex. So I needed an instrument that I could play without having to insert any part of it into my mouth. So I was a brass guy. I was a low brass guy. And I played trombone, not saxophone. So I had it switch. It actually did a pretty good job depicting a pretty realistic, now that's a little bit of a pea shooter trombone there. That might even be like an alto trombone. That might even be an E-flat trombone. But yeah, I had it switch into a trombone. The trombone that I played was a tenor trombone with the F attachment, so it was a little bit of a bigger honking horn than that. Well, like I said, this could be an E-flat trombone. It's kind of smaller and narrower. But yeah, that worked out all right. Anyway, so there's our slant artwork adventure. Me and a Canadian jazz bar, wailing away on the trombone, Miles Davis in the background, Mozzie doing the drums for us. So if you'd like to add to that image or modify that image, go ahead and hit us up with 500 of the Twitch channel points there. At the bottom of the chat panel, the alphabet serial icon represents those. The little button next to that tells you how many you have, and go ahead and cash in 500 if you want to get in on the queue to add to or modify that image. And Papa Charlie, to your point, you can't mess it up. ChatGPT does a pretty good job of taking whatever weird stuff we throw at it and makes it into something visually appealing somehow, despite our best efforts to ruin it. But like I said, I'll certainly post the whole series up in the Discord, so it won't be lost to history. We'll hold on to it for posterity's sake. Okay, so let's come back. Well, let's. Okay, so yeah. Looks like we did indeed outstay our welcome in terms of the air traffic control coverage at LaGuardia. And I'll double check. So at this point, Camber, if there's an altitude assignment there, I expect we're still probably 10, 12,000 feet at Camber, and we're going to be well above Bradley approaches airspace there. For that matter, we could switch back to Sky Vector since we're all going to be in American charts at that point. But since I got it all loaded up into Navigraph Desktop, the desktop charts, we'll just stick with that. So there's not an assigned altitude at Camber. Minimum altitudes for I guess there wouldn't even be for NAV-aid reception at that point. This is an RNAV procedure. There might be safe altitudes for obstacle and terrain. However, here at BAe, we're going to be expecting 8,000. So if you back that up to Camber, so BAe at 8, so 6.7 miles prior, and then 14.2 miles prior, and then 19.3 miles prior. So at Camber, we're 40 miles from BAe, and even if we descend 1,000 feet every 3.5 miles, that's still 11,000 feet. So we're going to still be at 19,000 feet coming over this point Camber. Round figures, right? Plus or minus. So if we're 19,000 feet at that point Camber, yeah, so that this whole procedure is designed to bring us in over top of Bradley approach without interfering with their terminal airspace. So we would not need to talk to this approach controller. I mean, I don't specifically know what the ceiling of their airspace is, but I guarantee you it's probably not 19,000 feet. I mean, I could be wrong. Stranger things have happened. But for a relatively moderate volume class Charlie, I expect that TRACON airspace doesn't go to 19,000 feet. And the purpose of that route would be to get to avoid interfering anyway. A bit of a hygiene issue, guys. Be right back with you 1 second. Sorry about that. Bag with it. All right, so all that being said, so at BAe, let's say we're expecting 8,000. At Pachu, we want to be at 3,000. Let's put those two altitudes in there, and let's help it guide us down to a nice smooth descent that gets us to there. All right, so let's put the nav on that side. Let's put VNav on this side. Vader at 4. No, that's too early to be at 4. Let's change that to let's change that to BAe, and let's make it 8,000. And we're going to descend at 2,000 to get there. But we don't really need to be... I don't want to be all the way down at 4. So the next one after that, I'm just going to say is Pachu at 3. Yeah, alright, so now I gotta figure out how to get out of this page. Back's not doing it. Enter. Well, let's enter 32. Nope. Alright, well, let's just say the last one we want in is GACAR, GACAR at 2200. So that's number 26. Oops. Yeah, we've really gone and hosed it, haven't we? That's okay. But we just need the 8,000, the 3,000, the 2,200. We're going to be hand flying it by then anyway. So that's fine. We're still 188 miles from our top of the set. Again, you know, I typically try to do flights that are about an hour 15. These are about an hour 45. So we're going to be up a little bit later on a school night than I normally do. But really just thought we would do this nice little shuttle run up to Moncton and back. And again, I think that always fun to have the opportunity to fly that park visual. Again, this is really the... I'll write you a note, says Melvin. What do I have on my calendar, work calendar for tomorrow morning? Can I sneak in a little late? Maybe. Yeah, probably wouldn't kill me. Probably wouldn't kill me. Alright. This will be fun, though. Information Golf 3107 3020. We can go ahead and get that dialed in here. That'll just save us from having to refer back later on. It's going to look a little funky in the meantime. We're going to be flying off of this one. This one's going to be like way off. But that way we've got, you know, kind of a reference. Oh yeah, it was 3020. We can just set them equal. Not have to fumble around looking. So this is the ATIS from LaGuardia in the real world. Now it's an hour old, so it might have updated, and our database here just doesn't have the update yet. It is not a guarantee that if you don't have air traffic control on VATSIM, you must adhere to the real world ATIS. That is not the case. Right, if an airport is non-staffed on VATSIM, it is treated as a non-towered airport, which means every pilot makes their own decision using whatever information they want to use in terms of what is the appropriate arrival or departure runway. So we'll have to coordinate with any other traffic we find in the airspace down there, or if VATSIM air traffic control comes on between now and then, we will abide by what they choose as the operational direction at LaGuardia. However, for right now, this is as good as information as we've got, so this will be our plan A, which is that we will arrive via the RNAV X-ray to runway 31. All the runways and taxiways have 24-inch snowbanks. Wow. Fun. Now, I don't think we'll encounter that in the sim. We should see snow cover, but I don't know if we'll see the 24-inch snowbanks. And we should be catching it kind of right at sunset, and the sun's already kind of dipping low in the sky. By the way, I say this, I always laugh at myself. I have lived at approximately the same latitude pretty much my entire life, all right? I've lived in the Baltimore region. I lived in the Washington, D.C. region, which is just 45 minutes down the road from Baltimore. I briefly lived in the area of Martinsburg, West Virginia, which is just out to the west of Baltimore and D.C. by a little bit. I now live down on Maryland's Eastern Shore, which is not too far south and in the east from Baltimore, but certainly within a few hours' drive. So all roughly at the same latitude, right? Yet every year, the timing of the sunset and sunrise just fascinates me how it changes. 50 trips around, I'm still always remarking on it. And I just laugh at myself every time. It's like, I just said to myself today, oh, it's so cool that, you know, we're starting to see, you know, daylight extending past 6 p.m. here already. I'm like, yeah, idiot. Same things happens this time every single year. Still mystifies you. I understand the physics of why it works, why it changes, you know, rotation angle relative to the sun, all that stuff. I get it. I understand it. It just fascinates me anyway. Oh, it's staying light so much later. Crazy. It's not crazy. It's happened at least 51 times since I've been around. I suspect it's been happening a lot longer than that, by the way. You know what, Melvin? There's something to that. It's about enjoying the simple things and not taking creation for granted. You know, that is true. I'll give you that. I like that. I like that. However, I reserve the right to laugh at myself for going, oh, wow, it's so cool. Amazing. It's light so late now. It's like saying I survived another winter. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, we have been in this stretch down here in the mid-Atlantic. And of course, right up against the shore where we are, we stayed just a slight little bit warmer than the Baltimore and DC region, right? So we're right there by the Atlantic. We get a 5 to 10 degree buffer temperature-wise. However, we've been going through this really long stretch of like 20 degree highs for like weeks now. So we got a little bit of snow and ice like 3 weeks ago, but this crusty crust has just been hanging around ever since then. It's melted away just a tiny little bit, but it's really been mostly there, like visible. Like it visibly has snowed here recently, and that was like 3 weeks ago. And that's unusual. It's not typical for the Baltimore and DC region, but it's even less typical down here, just a few hours to the south and east. Again, it's not a huge climate change, but it's just a little bit of a temperature buffer, 5 maybe 10 degrees that we get of temperature protection. So when DC and Baltimore tend to get snow, we tend to get rain. We're right on that cusp. DC and Baltimore, some years they get a ton, some years they get nothing. But down here on the shore, we're usually on the nothing end, or a few light dustings. And then rain. Which I don't mind. I'm done. You know, I'm done. I'm well past the point where I enjoy shoveling and stuff. But yeah, this icy crust, we've just had it for weeks now, and I'm about done. I'm about ready to be done. Where are we at, guys? Where are we at? 123 miles to top of descent. Still slightly early, but let's kind of do a formal approach briefing, and let's do the formal approach briefing on the RNAV. Okay, we're going to do the formal approach briefing on the RNAV X-ray. Even though when we get down to this point, Pachu, we're pretty much going to transition to flying it as the park visual, if conditions permit. What did the ATIS? Even though it's an hour old, what did it say about visibility conditions? 10 statute miles, few clouds at 10, and then all the cloud layers are higher than 10. So we shouldn't have any issues with visibility. Keyman for you says checking in. How are you? Good to see you. Keyman, by the way, if that is a musical reference, you will be interested to know our Slant Artwork Adventure has a musical slant today. Pun intended, of course. So our Slant Artwork Adventure is an image that we have ChatGPT create. I pick a one-sentence description, throw it into the ChatGPT to have it create an image that's roughly relevant to what we're doing. We're flying as Jazz Canada today. Jazz Canada will do a little fictional shuttle trip from New York up to Moncton. Moncton heading back now to New York. So I was like, okay, Jazz Canada, me, got it. So we got me playing in a Canadian jazz bar, playing some trombone. I got Miles Davis jamming along in the background. I've got my dog Mozzie is on the drums. So if you want to get in on this Slant Artwork Adventure, the way to get in on the queue is by cashing in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. You've got the Alphabet serial icon that represents the channel points. The button next to that tells you how many you have, and then click on that and get you the opportunity to cash in 500. Once you do that, you get put in the queue. I call your name, and all you gotta do is just tell me in the chat, okay, I'd like to modify the image by this, or I'd like to add to the image this. Not a paragraph. Couple words, small simple sentence, something like that. As the night goes on, the image gets progressively more unhinged, and at the end, the final image gets used as the thumbnail when we upload this stream to YouTube later. So, oh, speaking of YouTube, by the way, so recently crested 2,000 subscribers on YouTube, which of course is not a lot by many measures, but for a niche flight sim streamer who does realistic aviation in general, aviation aircraft and vintage aircraft, yeah, 2,000 is kind of a lot. So we're going to celebrate that. We're going to celebrate that on February the 27th. So on February 27th stream, you want to be here. You want to try and be here for both landings. We'll score your predictions as to the descent rate on a scale of 0 to 500 points. The more accurate you are, the more points you get. And then by the end of the night, the top 3 point totals will get gift cards. So that'll be the 27th of February, celebrating our 2,000 2,000 YouTube subscribers, in addition to our Twitch viewers. Twitch followers, we're coming up on 5,000. We're still 48, 4,900, something like that. But the YouTube channel's up over 2,000 now, so we're going to celebrate that. Oh, okay, very cool. So, Keyman says, I'm a retired locksmith, 28 years in the prison industry, 52 years in the trade. Wow. And I played baritone sax in high school. Yeah, so I played trombone in high school all the way up through college. I actually was in the college marching bands. Don't play anymore. I've really recently decided I want to pick up the bass guitar again. So we'll see. We'll see if I actually follow through with that or not. I don't know. But anyway, in our Slant Artwork Adventure fantasy, we're really less riffing off of my real world musicianship, and really riffing more off of the fact that the name of this regional carrier is Jazz. All right. Anyway, so. Let's go ahead and do a full briefing. What do we got to top of the descent? We're 88 miles. So 88 miles from top of the descent. Let's go ahead and just run through a brief. Like I said, we're going to fly this as the park visual from the Point Pachu. So I'll be hand flying and just kind of loosely following this path and recommended altitudes, kind of breaking off from a straight into runway 4 and ending up on a kind of a left base to runway 31. So really cool, really fun approach into LaGuardia, using the stadium and Flushing Meadows Park here, kind of as our, and Corona Lake kind of as our visual cues. And I'll fly it as accurately as I can. We'll see what happens. We're going to brief it as though it is the RNAV approach. So let's go ahead. Now we've got, since it's an RNAV approach, RNAV X-ray, we don't have an approach frequency and course. We don't have a missed approach frequency and course. If we do go missed, it is a straight out slight right to Ring, and then Chinzo will follow the river up to J-Dog, and then we'll join the hold at Yeoman. that Yeoman is... Okay, so this is a very complicated missed approach. Do not exceed 165 until runway 31. Do not exceed 210 until Yeoman. So, straight out slight right will join the river. Climbing right to 3,000 to Yeoman. Track 107, and then the hold course is 044 at Yeoman. So it's so slight right, join the river 3,000 is really kind of the immediate information you need, and then you can kind of work out the rest once you get the plane restabilized. But slight right, join the river 3,000 is what we really need to know if we happen to go missed. The minimums, if we're doing this as a straight-in landing, 1,160. Okay, this is not a precision approach like an ILS. Minimum's 1,160. We're basically going to say 1,200, and I'm going to set the alerter. I don't know if you think I can even set the alerter that high. 990 is probably as high as it goes. 980 is as high as it goes. So we'll have to know that by the time the alerter goes off, we're already below minimum. So we're going to be basically making our decision, our go and no-go decision, by 1,200 in terms of this being an instrument approach. Now, once we transition to flying it as the park visual, we've got a lot more leeway in terms of continuing the approach under visual conditions. Alright, we're going to do a V-speed consultation once we've started our descent and we're a little closer in. Once the weights get down, of course this little flip chart keeps track of our total weight. Oh, great, we've got the raid coming in from the jump seat. Well, hey. Alright, well, I'm going to end up repeating some stuff, and I apologize for those of you who have been in the stream with us for a while now. We're going to kind of recap what we're doing. But thanks to the jump seat, Moose and Sim, thank you very kindly for the raid. Truly appreciate the continued support of the channel. We are staying up a little later than I normally do on a school night, but we're making our way back to LaGuardia. We were going to go LaGuardia to Moncton, Moncton to LaGuardia on a Moncton Monday event. We decided to depart from Kennedy initially instead because we got a friend that was working approach there. But making our way back to LaGuardia because I really wanted to fly one of the charted visual approaches. Well, we're in perfect condition to do exactly that. We don't. We're going to be flying over top of Bradley, but we don't really have any. We don't really have any approach services that we're expecting to be on. We've got an auto ATC message. Cross BAe at the 8,000. Okay, yep. So we already knew that, and we already are planned for that. So the North American airspace server now sends you some of those little hints and reminders and helpful stuff. The chart says to expect that, so we were already kind of ready for that. BAe expect 8,000, but now that auto ATC has basically let us know that, hey, you should go ahead and do that. So just some helpful reminders in case especially if you're newer and you're not using the chart to do your descent planning, you now get that little nudge that an approach controller would give you that firm assignment, but now the auto ATC just gives you that message, kind of give you that heads up and plan for what you're doing. Anyway, all right, two things, guys. Number one, we got our slant artwork adventure underway. So our slant artwork adventure, we feed an image description into ChatGPT, how to create an image that's roughly related to what we're doing. We're flying as Jazz Canada today. So I was like, okay, wait, Jazz Canada, how would that work? Well, we've got ChatGPT creating us an image, and we started, it's kind of evolved. And that's the way this activity works, by the way. The image evolves as the night goes on. We've got me doing some jazz up in Canada, playing some trombone. We got Mozzie, my middle child, back there on the drums. We got a Miles Davis-esque character in the background playing along with us. So playing some jazz in Canada up here. If you want to get in on that activity, cash in 500 of your Twitch channel points, aka your alphabets points, and then once I see you're in the queue for that, I'll have you let me know what you'd like to do to add to that image or modify that image, and we'll feed that instruction into ChatGPT and see what happens. But yeah, it just gets progressively more unhinged as the night goes on, and we call that our slant artwork adventure. Anyway, so let's now recap the approach. All right, we don't have VATSIM air traffic control. It is not necessarily a given that means you have to abide by the real-world ATIS at the airport that you're going to, but it's as good a guide as any in terms of what you choose to do. Non-staffed airport ends up being operated as a non-towered airport, which means every pilot gets to make their own decision as to what runway they're using to arrive on or depart from. But we're going to just use this as our baseline, and then we'll coordinate with whatever traffic we find when we get into the area there at LaGuardia. But this is Plan A, and it's the ATIS information's 3020 is the altimeter. We'll get that dialed in. We're going to plan the RNAV X-ray 31 and land on 31. So that's the plan. The beautiful thing about the RNAV X-ray 31. All right, and we've got it programmed in coming right off of this VATR1 arrival procedure, the VATR1 star. So the VATR1 star has us coming in from Nelly to Camber to Tinker, Valry, BAe at 8,000. You know, that's again, it's an expected altitude, but unofficially assigned by Auto ATC. And then from BAe to Harp, and then Crayley, and then VATR. The approach comes down here. We have these other points if we were coming from some other direction, but once we join at VATR, we go to Jackie, and then Neckel, and then Vares, and then Pachu. All right, and then we join from Pachu, and we fly this nice little curved path with all these little points lined up right in a row, and we essentially are starting on a straight into runway 4, but then we break off basically into a circling maneuver on the left base to runway 31. And this is a very tight turn and a very short final. This is not like a long, jet, high performance downwind base and approach. You got Kennedy right here. You don't want to infringe on their pass, so you really need to kind of keep it nice and tight in to LaGuardia. But if you go missed, you don't want to end up in Newark's airspace. That's why you have to make the right turn, join the river to 3,000, and eventually find this Point Yeoman. But anyway, you come in like you're coming into runway 4, and then a nice, real tight left base to runway 31. Minimums are 1,160. We'll call it 1,200 feet. Okay? So, the really cool part, though, is there's a charted visual approach called the Park Visual, where you basically fly that same exact thing, but you fly it with visual references rather than instrument references. And that's what we're going to do tonight. So once we get to this point Pachu, assuming we've got sufficient visibility to do it, and we should, because we've got 10 statute miles and the cloud base is at 10,000 feet, so we should be fine here. But assuming that holds up, we're going to fly this as the Park Visual to runway 31, and instead of navigating waypoint to waypoint, we're going to be looking for these tanks, the high-rises. We're going to be looking for Flushing Meadows Park and Corona Lake. And we're going to be turning around, kind of around where the stadium is, to end up on the flat on the 3-1. So really cool, really fun visual approach. Not quite. Everyone loves the river visual to runway 19 at DCA. This one's almost as fun. So that's what we're going to hopefully do. And we are getting almost on top of it. 21 miles to our top of descent, friends. Should be a fun one. Glad that you could join us for it. Again, thanks very, very kindly to Sim Caesar and to Mustafa for the continued support of the channel. I'm assuming that's who the crew was tonight. Sometimes, occasionally, it's somebody else, somebody like a Continuum or a Dane Flats or somebody like that. So the crews have rotated over the years, but Sim and Moose, I'm assuming it was you. And if not, whoever was at the helm today, we truly appreciate you kicking the raid over to us afterward. Alright, check fuel balance. 200 pounds heavier on the right. That's, is that the same as the expressway visual? I believe that the expressway visual, is that no longer in use? River visual 13. I thought the expressway visual was to a different runway. Yeah, it might be that the expressway visual's no longer in use, or it might even be this used to be called the expressway visual, because that seems to me that the expressway visual did come from this direction, so maybe it's just changed names. I had trouble flying it in the sim, J-Foot, when I would confuse one road for another. I would follow a road and I'd be like, wait a minute, I think I'm following the wrong road. Maybe in the real world they had that same problem, so now they you know, they no longer rely on that as your visual point. They rely on you looking for these lakes and the park. But yeah, I vaguely remember there being one called the expressway visual. And I was thinking when you first said it, I was like, no, that was for a different runway. But yeah, but I do kind of remember it coming in from this direction and following the Long Island Expressway, hence the name. So it's maybe that it's the same one, just under a different name with some different recommended visual references now. But yeah, I'm with you. I do vaguely remember that. I would be interested to find out the history of that now. Alright, since we're coming up on top of descent, we, yeah, 5 more miles. Let's go ahead and set our landing altitude. So we get our pressurization started down. And that's basically going to be sea level. I mean, we're very close to sea level, something like 20 feet there. So we'll go ahead and get that started. We are going to want to bug 280 knots in the descent, so that's only slightly slower than what we're doing now. And we'll go ahead and say 8,000 BAe. Oh, goodness, we got another raid coming in. Well, we're going to have to recap again. But let me make sure I get this descent started before I do that. Thanks very kindly, Splasher6, and everybody coming over from Splasher6's channel. I hope that you guys had a good one tonight, but we are getting ready to start our descent now into LaGuardia Airport in New York. We can go ahead and get our altitude armed. And yeah, so we're already there. So let's go ahead and go into descent. And then we'll sync the throttles. Let's just go ahead and have it hold that airspeed. And bring the throttles down and do a descent. So I got it holding the airspeed that we're at, so we'll just bubble that speed. Alright, Splasher. Yeah, thank you very kindly. I appreciate your understanding. Let's get the throttle pulled down just a little bit more. So basically what happens now is, you got two choices really in this airplane. You can have the plane pitch to maintain a vertical speed, and then the throttles control your airspeed. Or you can have the plane pitch to maintain your airspeed, and then the throttles control your vertical descent rate. Right? If it's going to maintain 285 no matter what you do, all of a sudden you pull the throttles back to 0. Well, it's going to have to pitch down pretty steeply to keep that 285 up, isn't it? So that basically the airspeed becomes a constant, essentially, and the throttles become your controller for the descent rate. So 2150 is what it wants us to pitch to, or to achieve in order to hit BAe at 8,000. We're kind of hovering a little bit above that. I'm going to pull the throttles down just a touch more. We'll give it a second to stabilize at the slightly lower thrust. Okay, now we can see the descent rate's coming down a little bit higher. It's not an exact science, but we can kind of use little adjustments like that to maintain it. Yes, I do have these set to slightly different things. This is set to the standard altimeter because that's what we're still at, technically above 18,000 feet. We're at flight level something not... See, you'd think this gauge says 24,000 feet. It's not. It's flight level 24 blank. Until you get below the transition, and then it's 24,000, or at that point 18,000, 17,000, and so forth. whether you say something thousand, something hundred, or flight level something is directly related to whether you're set to a local altimeter or a standard altimeter. Anyway, so thanks kindly for the raid, guys. Welcome to the stream. We got Jayfoot saying hi there. Lieutenant Bob is here. Splasher saying hi. Neil Jern is here as well. And we appreciate you guys riding along. So we're in the BAe-146. We are descending into LaGuardia Airport. We are on the VATSIM network, but there is not any VATSIM air traffic control where we are. By the way, I am going to need to... We're monitoring the generic advisory frequency, but we need to go ahead and figure out what specific advisory frequency we need to be on for LaGuardia. KLGA. So it's 18.7, so I know it's a little early yet, but we'll switch over to that since that's where most of our coordination is going to take place anyway. So 18 and 7. And we'll just pop it over there. Alright, here's what we're doing, guys, and it's going to be a fun one. Alright, we're coming up on transition, so I'm just going to go ahead and get ahead of the game and just set that to 3020. Technically, you don't do that until you cross 18,000, but since we are definitely descending to an altitude below that, we can just kind of get ahead of it now. Alright, we are flying the RNAV X-ray into runway 31 at LaGuardia. So we're going to join, we're going to an approach, arrival procedure that comes in and joins at this point VATR, and then this approach has two pieces. It's got this, this kind of sweeping reversal that gets you coming into the north and east, and then this piece is the approach itself, and it's a series of RNAV points with these associated altitudes. This plane will only give me the lateral guidance. The vertical guidance I'm going to have to eyeball off the chart. However, this same exact approach path is also called the park visual. If you're flying it via instrument references, it's the RNAV X-ray to runway 31. If you're flying it via visual references, it's the park visual to runway 31. If you fly it as the RNAV X-ray and you go missed, you have to follow this very specific missed approach procedure, 3,000 feet up the river out to this point Yeoman. If you are flying the park visual, there is no missed approach procedure. The tower will just simply give you an instruction. I'm like, okay, well then you can't go missed. No. The tower will give you a simple approach instruction such as immediate right turn heading such and such, maintain 3,000, something like that. But anyway, we're just going to follow this visually, and we're going to look out for the tanks, and we're going to try and maintain these altitudes. And this is a very tight maneuver. You're going to straight into runway 4, and you break off pretty late to make this turn. Now, why do you have to break off so late? Well, guess what? If you break off early, you're going to run right over top of Kennedy's arrivals and departures. You don't want to do that. By the way, why do you have to go an immediate right turn if you go missed? Well, if you go missed and you go straight out, you're going to run right into Newark's airspace. You don't want to do that either. So this is a fun one. We're going to have a good time. We're coming through the cloud layer now. Let's see how we're doing in terms of the descent. 1450. So we're descending a little too steeply. Let's shallow the descent. I'm going to add some power back in. Shallow the descent back to about 1,500. Okay. Now we're coming up on 10,000. That means we're going to want to slow to 250 knots. And in order to pull the throttles all the way back in this aircraft's engines, even though it's got 4 of them, they're tiny, tiny engines, very, very underpowered. So it is the case in this aircraft that you will run the APU for takeoff and landing, so that the APU can power your air conditioning, and you can use the entire, you don't have to divert any bleed air from the engines, so that you have all that power in case you need to go around. Additionally, when you pull this thing all the way back into idle, especially if you're running any kind of anti-icing, you're not generating enough electricity to run the airplane. So we're going to go ahead and have the APU supply the electricity. That way we can pull the engines all the way back to idle if we need to operationally. Alright, APU power is available. Air is on. Engine air is off. APU supplying electricity. We are now free to pull the engines back to idle speed if we need to. Okay, we do have some ice detection going on. We're going to go ahead and get engine anti-icing, wing and tail anti-icing, and continuous ignition on. Alright, so we're still ahead of the game in terms of the descent we need. Let's put the throttles up. Let's slow the descent. But then I need to slow the airplane. Let's capture that vertical speed right there. Alright, so now the plane's pitching to maintain the 1400, which is what we need to be in order to get the base heat at 8. While that's happening, though, I'm slamming the brakes on. As a matter of fact, I don't need that bug anymore. I'm going to go ahead and pull a little bit of speed brake in. Let's just go ahead and set our V speeds for arrival. We're going to do a flaps 30 arrival into LaGuardia. So the bug is now set to, and this bubble's going to stay pegged up to the top end until we get onto our approach, and then that's going to be our final approach speed. Our final approach speed there. So now that we got it at 250, we'll switch back to where the plane is keeping that 250 for us. However, we will stow the spoilers, and we'll let the plane just idle down to descent. So now we want a pretty shallow descent, 1,000 feet per minute. We're doing just a little bit steeper than that. So add a little bit of throttle back in. And then coming up on 10,000, we can get some forward-facing lights on, landing and runway lights, and continuous ignition we've already got going. So, all right, hopefully we're through the cloud bases now. Hudson River Valley off to our left. Alright, and then after BAe, Pachu we're going to join at 3,000. So we're going to go ahead and imagine now that a controller has given us clearance to continue on down to 3,000. 3,000 is also our missed approach altitude, so we're going to just leave that set there. Alright, let's do a final approach briefing. Missed approach, approach altitude, approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. None of these are radio-based navigations. Minimum's 1,200 if we are following the instrument approach. No minimums given for visual approach. If we do go missed and we're on the instrument approach, it's 3,000 up the river and into the Point Yeoman. If we make it down successfully, it is we're parking kind of in the crook of the L here, so if we make it down successfully, it's a left-hand turn off of runway 31. And the cloud bases should be 10,000. We shouldn't have any visibility issues. 300. Oh, what's the 2906. So it's mostly down the center line, and that's a 6-knot wind. So, shouldn't be any issues. 3018 is the current METAR there, by the way. Are we past the Point BAe? We are. Okay, good. So, 3018. It's going to get exciting, guys. And then to get to Pachu, yeah, we want to shallow that descent out. We don't really need to be descending a whole lot at all right now. And a nice long stretch before we have to be down to 3,000. When we get closer to Pachu, however, we're going to want to slow it to about 210. Alright, so we're slowly adding the throttle back in. So as the airspeed comes up, the plane will be descending at a slower rate. And we only need 200 feet a minute to get to Pachu. We got the follow there from Louis Jern. Thank you very kindly. Alright, so basically we're going to turn down the Hudson. Oh no, is this the Hudson? This is the Long Island Sound, I think. Alright, where are we? How are we 55 miles from Pachu? Alright, hang on a second, guys. So 1420. I guess maybe we can be. I may cut this path a little shorter then. $20 from Vatter, and Vatter's right over top of the airport. We do have some pretty good snow cover. Oh wait, Canada will be up. Canada will be up here to our left somewhere. So yeah, this is the Hudson coming down to our right. It comes out to the Verrazano, and then LaGuardia is going to be right in here somewhere. So the approach is going to take us over top of it, and then kind of down into a loop down to the south. So we're coming into it from kind of a strange direction. But if we have an opportunity to cut it short, we can. Yeah, where is it? It's like right in here, isn't it? Kind of right on that little knob, that little peninsula. Oh, yeah, we're looking right at it. Looking right at it. So this is the runway we're going to come in on from the left to the right. That's where we're going to land. So right now we're overflying this. We're going to end up kind of circling around, coming from the south, and then we're going to break off into basically almost like a circling maneuver, a tight left downwind base and final. And I think we can kind of cut that a little bit short. So there's the city, and it's coming into view a little bit better now. Buried in the snow cover, but now starting to be able to see the skyline of Manhattan there. But yeah, here's our airport. We're going to basically fly right over top of it. LaGuardia traffic, JustFlight is flying north to south over top. This is 5,800 descending. We're going to join the park visual to runway 31, LaGuardia. Okay, so yeah, we've got a few miles to loop around back to Pachu, but that's fine. So it's working. It's just a longer loop than I expected it was. Yeah, we're essentially right over top of the airport now. Almost, not quite over top of the airport. And then Kennedy will be off to our left over there. Well, kind of hard to pick out. Oh, here we go, right there. Alright, so now it's turning us down toward this point. This is a 7 mile, 14 mile, 4 mile. So this is a fairly tight loop here. Kind of cool. It comes right over top of the city. And it still wants us to be descending only at 300 feet a minute. And yeah, I'm going to keep the speed up to 250. No need to hit the brakes just yet. We're still kind of looping around to the south. Once we get turned back inbound, we can start slamming the brakes on. I'm going to do a lot of it hand flying. I'm going to kind of take manual control. Ice protection should all be able to come off at this point. We're going to leave the continuous ignition on, since that's a normal landing checklist item. Did we get the forward-facing lights on? I believe we did. Yeah, we did. Now, the SOP in the aircraft is to shut the thrust management system off on short final. I leave it on just because it helps. My hardware doesn't keep the throttles very evenly matched, so I like to have the sync on till landing. You know, in the real aircraft, you shut it off just because you don't want it interfering with your thrust inputs. And this, for me, though, I'll leave it on. Melvin remembers it being called the Parkway Visual also, because he says, when I saw us making that turn, I smiled and said Parkway Visual, and she had no idea. She just said, could you be more of a nerd? I know. Mine makes fun of me because I always have to have a window seat right behind the wing, so I can know what configuration they have the plane in at any time. Because you never know, man. You got to be ready. All right, friends. About that time. Why don't you start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that means the descent rate either way, and the closest predictor is going to get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. We're going to pull that drawing on February the 27th. We'll also do a giveaway related to the landings on the 27th, celebrating 2,000 YouTube subscribers. So get those numbers in, positive or negative, and we'll call last call when I start turning from downwind to base. Well, that'll be the last call. All right. So J-Foot says, holy cow, got the raid coming in from Ibanez player. Ibanez, tell you what, man, tell you what. Everybody coming over from the Ibanez stream, start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the predicted vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat. With or without the minus sign, we know that you need a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. We're going to pull the drawing, pull the winner for that drawing on February the 27th, and you don't need to be here that night to win, so just get an entry in either way. Yep, just a number into the chat, just like that, guys, just like that. I'll take your first number only. If you happen to land on a number somebody else already has, then just leave it. I don't mind ties. We'll let fate sort it out. It still wants us descending only at 300. And then once we get turned around and kind of situated back going to the north again, that's when we're going to really take control, get the speed down. I guess I might as well. Let's just reset the bugs just in case the weight's changed. Yeah, I didn't really change anything. Okay, that's fine. Alright, left hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Yeah, we love the BAe-146 here. We love it. LaGuardia traffic. Jazz 5514's about 15 miles south and west. We're going to be joining the park visual to runway 31 for 4,000 descending. LaGuardia. Okay. My airplane, friends. My airplane. Heaven help us. Let's go ahead and start getting it slowed down. So 3,000 at Pachu. Okay, and we're going to get it down to about 210. LaGuardia traffic, Jazz 5514's over the Verrazano, 3,500 descending, joining the park visual to runway 31. LaGuardia. Alright, I'm going to turn flight directors off because those needles are really not going to be giving me any useful indication. We are going to fly it by the speed bubble. Is at our final approach speed. We got some lateral guidance coming from the HSI. But it's not going to give us, it's going to give us conflicting vertical guidance, so I'm going to just shut it off. Okay, 3,000 at Pachu, so I'm going to level it out here. We're going to keep the speed right where we got it. And we're a little bit right of course. Shay's 25, Gacker's 22. Alright, we're inbound to Shay now. We can drop it to 25.
$2,500.
That's what I just said. And we can start slowly walking the speed back as well. Gacker at 2,200. Let's help the speed down just a little bit.
Speed checked below 205. Select flaps 18.
Okay. Spoilers are now stowed. Gacker at 22. Daryl, and then we're
speed checked below 180. Select flaps 24.
Look how close we are to the airport, guys. This is just crazy to me that this maneuver's done so tight in. Alright, last call for the predictions, guys. LaGuardia traffic, BAe-146, Jazz 5514, 1800 on the left downwind, left base on the park visual, runway 31 LaGuardia. Okay, let's get the final notch of flaps in. Let's keep the speed right where we are, right where we got it. A little bit low, actually. The speed, rather. Height-wise, I think we're good. Touch slower than I want to be. Which one are we coming up on, Keith? We should be at 700. We should be lower.
Plus 100.
There we are.
1,000
last call.
Minimums.
Okay, landing flaps set and check. Missed approach altitude 3,000. Set gears down and green. Join the river to a right turn to 3,000. If we go missed. And a left turn if we make it down successfully.
$500.
Overshot the turn. Speed's a little low. We'll come back and get it.
$50, $40, $30, $20.
Overflared, overflared. Let's get it down gently.
10.
Alright, not too bad.
Round idle.
Not too bad. I mean, we overflared it and kind of started climbing again.
Brake pressure seen.
Yeah, so then it
80
dropped.
knots.
I'll tell you what, for the overall execution, though, I was okay. I was okay with it.
60 knots.
So this is crossing one runway. We want to make sure we get across that, and then we'll turn. Yeah, I overflared, so when I pulled the nose up, we started gaining altitude again. That was my biggest lament. I'm annoyed at myself for that. Otherwise, it worked out pretty okay. LaGuardia traffic, BAe-146, Jazz 5514 is clear of all runways at LaGuardia. Yeah, safely down. Like I said, slightly firm on the eventual arrival. Overflared, pulled the nose up just a little too much. A little bit of a panic flare. But overall, not too bad. Forward-facing lights can come off. We can get the taxi lights on. Get the turn-off lights off. Flight directors we already did. The transponder can come out of... just into transponder mode. And let's see, we're going to make the right turn here. Hold on a second. Get the airport diagram up. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do? What did I do? No, I wanted to turn off before the crossing runway. The terminal's over there. Alright, well, we'll make the next left. LaGuardia traffic, Jazz 5514 crossing runway 4 at taxiway Echo, LaGuardia. Nobody here, it looks like. Okay, there we go. That's making more sense. So now we join Alpha. So we'll make the second left. LaGuardia traffic, Jazz 5514. Now we're clear of all runways at LaGuardia. And so now we're taking Alpha all the way around. Alright, and let's continue to work on the taxi and stuff. I got the lights. Weather radar can come off. Oh, I never had it on. Well, that makes that easy. I've got somebody turning ahead of us here. Speed brake and flaps, flight directors, landing lights, taxi lights, strobe lights, runway exit lights. Oh, continuous ignition I left on. Get those off. Weather radar and transponder. Okay, we got it. Alright, so I'll make the next right Bravo. So you'll pass that. We'll make the next right, and then we'll end up on the kind of the inner crook of the L shape. Gonna end up kind of there. Do I not have any? I don't have any jetways there. Well, that's not nice. Alright, well, I'll take this one again then. Alright, taxi lights off as we're entering the ramp area. Just take this jetway up on the end. Occupy. Alright, Melvin. Well, thanks very kindly. Appreciate you riding along with us. We'll wrap it up from here. Little of a late night for me. Little of a late night for many of you, it sounds like. But glad y'all could join for the ride. Let's find the marking that we're following here. I don't know. I see the gate. I see the gate numbers, but I don't really see any guide markings, so we'll just make it up as we go along. Realism, schmealism. I think we started the stream by saying that. Alright, well, we made it down. Alright, parking brake can come on. Taxi light, I think I already got off. Okay. Let's run through the turn checklist real quick, and then we'll shut her down. So, master warning system, oxygen can be shut off. Pack number 2 can come off. It's there. Engine gens 1 and 4. Make sure we get all 4 engines into cutoff. Okay, all 4 did. Fasten seatbelt signs. Whoops, I never got that back on at top of the descent. Whoopsie. Pumps 1, 3, and 4. Screen and probe heats. Ice detection. The beacon light. Okay, let's come down here and get the wheel trucks. Sets.
Cabin crew, arm doors and crossbar.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to open that, not close it. There we go. Can we go ahead and... Well, all right, we want to start unboarding, but that's okay. That's fine. It'll still pull the jetway up. Maybe. This jetway, maybe it can't control it. Yeah, I want it. Alright, forget it. Everyone knows that people are getting off the plane, even if the frickin' jetway does not. So that's fine. That's why I don't worry about that kind of stuff, guys. In the real world, I would not be fumbling around with a tablet to make that happen. Other people would be taking care of that. Alright, anyway, so we got the deboarding happening. Let's jump up to the top here. Let's get the... Oh, I never did get the PTU and hydro pumps on, so I've missed a couple of little steps on the arrival. It's a busy arrival. Let's go ahead and get the squawk set back to 2,000. And over to standby. And then let's go ahead and check on all our predictions. Let's check my predictions first in terms of the flight time and fuel estimates. Now, I know we got airborne a little bit late. We got airborne maybe 10 minutes late. So I had predicted to be down just before midnight, and it's 20 after, so yeah. If we were airborne 10 minutes late, and then we also did all that circling around down here at LaGuardia. That might have cost us some time as well. We actually, look at how much extra fuel we had on that first leg. Let's see how we did on the second leg. Should have had 7,079 remaining. Let's look and see. 87. Wow, our consumption was way down. So yeah, something was going on. Maybe I did load into the 100 rather than the 200. I'm not sure. The zero fuel weight was way high. Consumption numbers were way low. It's possible I accidentally loaded into the 100 variant instead of the 200 variant. I don't know. Or I'll just have to do some adjusting of my consumption numbers. Could be that an update to the plane makes it fly differently in terms of consumption numbers than it used to. I don't know. In terms of the descent rate prediction, let's see how you did with that. Well, like I said, tough approach, and at the end of the day, it was a little bit firm by the time it actually came down onto the runway, but not too bad. I'm always looking for things to improve. The over-flaring was the thing I could definitely have improved, and it did result in us kind of hovering over the runway and then dropping down. So 234, it's respectable. It wasn't, you know, people in the cabin knew we landed for sure. I think the first landing we weren't sure that we landed. This time we were sure. But yeah, overall I wasn't displeased with the execution, except for that one element. Just pulled the nose up just a little too much. Anyway, so where were your predictions? Your predictions started back here just before the Ibanez raid. So Melvin Leroy had 118. Let me not miss any. We had 150, 188, 110, 69, 170, 128, 69. Yeah, so was 188 the highest? I'm looking at JFoot709, 188. Am I missing any that were higher than 188? Because it looks like that's going to be our winner. 118, 150, 188, 110, 69, 170, 128, 69. So yeah, it looks like it's JFoot709. All right, congrats. If you see one that I'm missing, do please let me know. And this, I always mark the date that it happened. It's 2/10, but the stream started on 2/9, so we'll go with 2/9. All right, so JFoot, congrats. Our slant artwork adventure has wrapped up as well for the evening. Again, we always do, we always send an image description into ChatGPT to have it create an image that's roughly representative of what we were doing today. So since we were flying Jazz Canada, we played some jazz in Canada. So there we are. And yeah, thanks for everyone who participated with that. That was a fun one. And again, it's called our Slant Artwork Adventure. Alright, let's do a couple more things to get the aircraft all shut down and buttoned up. So back into here we go. We can turn the nav, DME, and second nav radio off. We'll assume everyone has gotten off of the aircraft by now, so we'll go ahead and go through the electrical shutdown. COM 1, COM 2, ADF 1, ADF 2, MCDU 1, MCDU 2. I'm not sure if that's what it's called. The entry unit to the FMC. I'm not sure if that's what they call it in this aircraft or not, but the data entry unit to the flight management system. Got two of those, and we'll turn them both off. Let's jump down to the bottom. Yaw damper can come off. The brake fan temp monitor can come off. We can jump up top. We can turn the brake fans themselves off. They still have some cooling to do, but we'll go ahead and shut them down. They're in nice cold New York weather. They'll be nice and cool in no time flat. Yaw damper, avionics, all those master switches can be shut off. The anti-skid can be turned off. The lift spoiler systems can be turned off. Logo lights. Cabin emergency lights off. No smoking lights off. Galley switch. Let's go back down to the bottom. Galley switch can be shed. Hopefully you got your coffee, because now we've lost power. Let's see, where'd I go? Pack number 1 can come off. The APU air can come off. The APU itself can come off. Left inner fuel pump can come off. Center tank transfer goes to shut. The APU gen switch can come off.
Cabin is secure.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, middle position's correct for those. APU gen off, we did. Flight deck emergency lights can go to off. The AC and DC bus ties off. Standby and inverter and generator off. The nav lights off, and then the battery switches. Okie doke. Well, that wraps it. Go over here. We'll leave the chocks on, but we'll get all the doors closed. Of course, we would close the entry door after we left the aircraft, but at that point, we'll say we've gone ahead and closed up shop for the day. Perfect sunrise timing, or sunset timing, rather. Alright, friends. Well, thank you very kindly for being with us. We are normally on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, which is midnight Zulu on the day ahead when we are in winter, and then it changes to 2300 on the day ahead here, coming up in a few weeks. But yeah, thank you for that. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the normal show schedule. Now this week, we're off Wednesday on Thursday. Thursday, we've got a very special stream coming at you, sponsored by the Virtual USA Flying Club. Let me get the graphic up, because the Virtual USA Flying Club, they put together about 4 events a month that are general aviation oriented within the U.S. And so every different event that happens is a different theme and a different place, and there's some information that they put out in terms of a briefing. Well, the one that they're doing on Thursday was inspired by myself. It's called Cheat the Catalina Curse. So I'm going to be your stream host your briefing provider on Thursday's flight. We're going to start 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, and I'll give a briefing at 7:15. But the Catalina Curse, if you've been around this stream at all, you know that every time I try to do a Valentine's Day trip into Catalina Island, things tend to go haywire. We have weather issues. We have sim issues. There was one that I literally had to cut short halfway there because my wife in her car broke down. I had to go fetch her from the roadside. So all kinds of different things happen that throw off our trip to Catalina Island. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're going to fly into from wherever we want to fly into Catalina. I'm going to come from the north. I'm going to cross through the Los Angeles Bravo, north to south, via the VFR transition routes, and then we're going to duck across kind of from over top of John Wayne Airport, straight across to Catalina from there. And then I'm going to end the night by coming back over onto the mainland side and ending up at Big Bear Lake. So we've got a couple little vacation spots we're going to visit on Thursday. But that's our next stream, Thursday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, in the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. That's what we'll be flying for that one. And we'll have many, many members of the Virtual USA Flying Club joining us out at Catalina Island. So it should be a nice, lively stream with a bunch of us, dozen of us or so, all arriving to Catalina right around the same time. So that should be an interesting one. Hopefully you'll join us again, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Thursday, not Wednesday this week. So tomorrow night and Wednesday night, my wife and I will be watching curling, Olympic curling, our obsession, our 3-week obsession every 4 years. And then Thursday we'll be back and we'll be doing that event with the Virtual USA Flying Club again. The 8th annual Catalina Cruise trip here on the Slant Alpha Adventures live stream. So should be a fun one. Hope that you'll join us at least to lurk along or ride along if you aren't able to fly along with us. Okay, that will wrap it up. Who are we going to send the raid to? Let's send the raid over to Fliggity. I haven't sent to Fliggity a raid in just a little bit. He's doing some. He's watching some music videos while he's doing some flying. So what is he? Dublin to Milan in the MD-11, but he's taking a break to look at some music. So we'll send you over to him. Tell him Slant Alpha sends his love. Dendarian is with us. The Olympics have been great so far. Missed him, yeah. Every 4 years, I get totally hooked into the curling craze. My wife and I both, and we just love just the mixed doubles, the men's 4-on-4, the women's 4-on-4, all of it. Of course, the American team is doing great this year, so we're loving that. But yeah, we get sucked in, and of course, there's a bunch of other winter events that we enjoy watching as well. But curling is the one we really get emotionally drawn into, and even if it's not the Americans, we just love watching it. You know, not just as homers, but we just love watching it, regardless of who's competing. And then after the Olympics are done, we forget about it for 4 years. It's so funny. People are like, oh, well, there's other times that curling is on, and there's even some local clubs in Maryland. We're like, no, that's not how this works. 3 weeks, every 4 years, that's it. All right, anyway, guys, so thanks again for hanging with us tonight. Tell Fliggity that we send our love, and we will send you over to him, guys. So we'll see you Thursday from the cockpit of the A2A Simulations, Piper Comanche in Southern California. Between now and then, have a great rest of the start of your week. We'll see you then, and hope that you're happy, healthy, and safe in all your travels and adventures between now and then. Take care. Good night, friends.